Board of Commissioners, please rise and join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, I would like to take note of the fact that prior to this public meeting, we had an executive session as allowed by law, and at that session we discussed personnel matters, litigation, and real estate. All right, the first order of business tonight is appointments to boards and commissions, and I think at this point I will defer to Commissioner Fisher.
Okay. Thanks, Jim. There will be no appointments tonight, but I will announce all the vacancies that are current, and then we will have reappointments of several members in January at the first Board of Commissioners meeting. The vacancies are as follows. We have 2 vacancies on the CARFAC committee. That's the Citizens Audit Committee. And one of those is an unexpired term that will run until 12/31/2018. We have 1 vacancy on the Board of Health, 3 vacancies on the HARB, which is the Historical and Architectural Review Board, 1 vacancy on the Shade Tree Commission, and that's an unexpired term that runs until 12/31/2018. We have 1 vacancy on the Parks and Rec Board. That is an unexpired term that runs through 12/31/2017. 1 vacancy on the Zoning Hearing Board, 1 vacancy on the Design Review Board, 1 vacancy on the Zoning Hearing Board, 2 vacancies on the Stormwater Advisory Committee, 1 in Ward 4 and 1 in Ward 6. We have 1 vacancy on the Planning Commission, 1 vacancy on the Cable Communications Council, and 1 vacancy on the Ethics Board. If you have interest in these positions, please contact Robert Zinkowski, the Township Manager, at 301 Ivan Avenue, Wayne, Pennsylvania 19087, or you can email him directly at the Township. You'll find his email on the website. That's all I have.
Thank you, John. Let's move ahead now to a certificate of recognition for work done on the visit of Pope Francis. Superintendent Collarolo.
Yes, Mr. President, at this time I'd like to call up Dr. Kelly and Mr. Barnaby from the Radnor School District. I'd just like to remind everyone that the weekend of September 25th, we had the papal visit. It's hard to believe it's been almost 2 months ago, and we had many great partnerships with the people in Radnor, whether they worked here or they lived here, and I could honestly say that we had no better partnership than with the Radnor Township School District. They were extremely helpful, and I don't think we would have had a successful operation as we did without the help, especially of Dr. Kelly, Mr. Barnaby, and their staff. So with the President's permission, I'd like to present a plaque now, presented to the Radnor Township School District Certificate of Appreciation. It says, the Radnor Township Board of Commissioners presents this certificate in recognition of your dedicated support and commitment in assisting with the World Meeting of Families papal visit in September 2015. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you.
I'd like to extend my appreciation to the Township. This was a great effort, I think, between both organizations, and it's not the only one. Over the last couple of years, I think there's been a number of great partnerships where we've worked together for the safety, not only of the entire township with the weather conditions and everything else, and a number of instances where you've assisted us with the safety and welfare of our students, and that's most important for us. So great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent and Mr. Superintendent. All right, let's move to the public participation portion of our meeting. And as I think most everybody knows, previously, public participation was at the end of our meetings, and a few years ago, we decided to move it closer to the beginning with the understanding that we would ask everybody's cooperation, and if you can stay for the entire meeting, to please hold off your comments until we get to public participation again at near the end of the meeting. If there's anybody that feels that it's a burden and they cannot stay, then you're welcome to come forward now. And I see that Sarah Pilling is on her way. Are you going to give a report on spring and summer activities at the gardens? Okay.
Sarah Pilling from 29 Garrett Avenue, a 33-and-a-half-year resident of Radnor Township. At the last meeting, which I could not attend because I was barely walking at that time, there was some discussion about a tax increase, and I heard the figure that, it was only $45. And Leslie Morgan gave a very interesting rebuttal to it, and I'd like to add to it. I looked up today and did some research. Of all the residents of Radnor Township, 13.4% of them are people over 65. 6.5% live below the poverty line. That's of those over 65. And 3.8% of those over 65 live below 50% of what the poverty line is. I don't know that I need to remind you that there will be no Social Security increase this year because there was no cost of living, but the Medicare increase is going from $104.90 to $121.80 every month. Whereas Leslie spoke about Sarah, she did use my name, could go to the movies once or twice. I'm going to make it a little more personal. $45 means for 2 months I can't take the prescription that I have to take, or it represents 3/4 of what I might spend on a week in food. This is not a small amount for seniors. And I wanted to remind you that in addition to this, raising this the Medicare from $104.90 to $121.80, there also seems to be something about a $3 repayment surcharge every month. So I wanted to mention that. The second thing I wanted to mention is about the budget that you're going to pass. And I know that in the budget you have one item, which is $1,040,000 to extend the trail from where the trail is, digging it out, somehow getting over through private property, Martha Brown's Woods, the school district owns that, or the right-of-way of PennDOT, and I've never seen that you have permission to the wall to go down the right-of-way of PennDOT along the wall, to go through the deer tunnel, to end up where? At the corner of Conestoga and 320. Now, before I had my surgery, I drove up 320 to Lancaster Pike, and I'll tell you, I wouldn't ride a bicycle. There is nothing. I think you're going in the wrong direction in the first place. It should be going over to the school district, to Penn Med, to the CHU, to the north side of Lancaster Pike, because Villanova's plans, the sidewalk is not going to be at the sidewalk. It's going to be a promenade inside the campus. I would much prefer to see you take some of that money and help the fire company. They help everybody. Of course, they don't help me because I'm Bryn Mawr Fire Company, but that's our health and safety. You're talking about sidewalks that you need to be putting in. Why are you spending $1,040,000 to build a trail, the beginnings of a trail, that may take 10 years, that's going in the wrong direction? And so I would ask you to please seriously think about that. Think about this tax increase for the seniors, because it's going to hurt. It's really going to hurt when about 16 $17 a month, plus maybe this $3 surcharge, is going to be added to our Medicare every month, which means our Social Security is going to be less for a year. And I think if they're 13.4% of your population who are over 65, I got that off the census, so I know it's a good figure as far as the census is concerned. It's what I've got to work on. I think you need to think about that. We are the elders of your township, and I'd like us to be able to continue to live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. I only comment on the trail situation. It's nothing is cast in stone at this point. I know that we are planning to have money available for trailways, but there will be plenty of opportunity for citizens to comment and voice their agreement or opposition to suggested trailways when those matters come before our different boards. But thank you for your comments.
And I have a comment too. We haven't issued the money for that, so we can have this debate again in January, because if we'll have Phil R. will be here, and if we can revisit that, and if there are, so Sarah, you could that could still be stopped if if you can convince 4 votes to do it.
Right. It would be a matter of rescinding the prior ordinance. So, but it is a reconsideration. We haven't issued bonds for all of that spending, so there is a chance we can pull it back if we can talk the folks out of it.
All right, is there Leslie Morgan on public comment?
Hi, Leslie Morgan, 12 Farm Road. I'd like to give you a good update. Sometimes somebody who's in the press a lot, I'm going to steal a line, and he said, I whine and whine until I win. Well, I think that our neighborhood whined and whined with the township until we won. And I understand that the developer of 115 has capitulated, so I want to give you an update on that as far as I know it. They've capitulated.
So 115 Stratford Avenue.
Yeah, the developer of 115 Stratford Avenue, the Benson Building Company. They capitulated after 4 or 5 months of, instead of just putting, I think it was 15-foot trees in, they're going to now put 25-foot, 26-foot trees. We even have pictures. And they look like they're from maybe Berks County, so that's good because they're used to the climate. I wanted to thank you for assisting in that. One of the things that was aligned with that, as you know, and inures to the township right now, is that there was a $60,000 fine. And I think that's phenomenal. The developer would like that returned to him once he plants 12, 25 plus or minus trees. And my neighborhood is against that for many, many different reasons, but I will try and keep this brief to tell you a few. One of the reasons is that this person purposely did something. They didn't want to work with the prospects that were coming into the last units and say the trees are preserved and show them the landscape plan. So they basically BS to them and they said, oh yeah, those can come down. And they purposely ruined the root systems, then called the township on a fire alarm basis, says, oh my God, what do we do? The trees, they're all, they got to come down. So the arborist said, yeah, they got to come down. And then he looked a little closer and a little closer because the neighbors complained because we had pictures of him trying to destroy the trees on purpose. And it was found that he did something on purpose. So that is so separate. The fine was so separate than this. But let's look at the value differential. Why would any $60,000 go back to him when you're only talking about, he was required to do, the wording is 15 and above foot. So basically, he gave us 10 feet at the minimum, okay? Whatever that turns out to be from your arborist, because most of the money in planting trees is in the actual excavating and planting them. It's not in buying extra feet of trees. So maybe it's $1,000 a tree or $500 a tree. Maybe you could work on something like that, Bob. I'm not sure. I don't think he deserves a dime until 2 years have passed. And even that, it would be the differential, because he already had to berm the place. He already had the good soil there. So what is he giving us? He's giving us 10 feet, you guys. After 5 months, many attorneys' fees, your attorney, it's ridiculous. So not to be trusted, but we do appreciate your help. We work together, and I thank you on that. In terms of the budget, because I may not stay the whole time, I would say that Elaine said something. I'm not going to get into too much of a dispute, but all your projects, except for Clem Marcone, would not increase anybody's real estate value in the township. A trail extension with no meaningful thing when you already have a good amount of trails, and there's every township around us has new trails. It's not going to increase anybody's house. Your house, your house, your house, your house, okay? So none of the trails are going to increase our real estate value, okay? The addition to the library, and I love the library. I gave them extra money last year. I will give them extra money this year. I would have given them much more. But now that it's tied into a tax increase, if that tax increase takes place, I'm not going to be so generous. But adding a family bathroom is not going to increase your house values. Absolutely not. Changing the entrance from one street to the other will not increase our housing values. Sorry, it doesn't. Doesn't protect them, doesn't increase them. You own the building. I understand that they are a tenant. They pay no rent. You forgave the debt, okay? Unlike the fire company, I don't see any forgiving of debt there. That might be a way that you can help the fire company. But the library's in good shape. You go in there and I use it. My son uses it when he's home, and he used it now and then to change his study venue. I encourage everybody on this Board of Commissioners to take a walk through the library on a Wednesday afternoon. It's in good shape. This is all amenity driven, and it doesn't increase our real estate values. I think that, you know, if it's going to mean a tax increase or a debt increase, I would rather see these strung along over as many years as it takes to go pay as you go. You have the cash flow. Airgas just got sold. You've got a good development with CHOP coming in, hopefully. You don't have that locked in, though. So I would say pay as you go for these amenity-driven projects. I would be much more positive to get roads paved, like Farm in Windsor, which has potholes all over it. Okay, that will increase my housing value. Nice, smooth roads. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman, if I may?
Leslie? Yes, Bob.
Just to address Leslie's question, I'm not aware of any money being returned to anyone, so $60,000 is not being returned to anyone.
Yeah, I mean, it's a penalty. Penalties
That's
aren't,
correct.
it's not an escrow.
That's correct.
Well, what I was told today by the developer, who's called me twice about this whole issue, is that his counsel, who's George Brosman, I don't think George is here tonight, has had discussions with the lawyer representing the Farm and Windsor Road neighbors, and they have come to some sort of an understanding on...
not Jim.
Okay. Hold on, please. Come to some sort of an understanding about the 12 trees of 26 feet or greater height to go in, and also, according to the developer, the $60,000 that Bob has been set aside, the understanding that Mr. Erickson said he had with the attorney for the neighbors was that that $60,000 would be used to pay for the cost of the trees and their installation. That's what I was told.
No, there was a letter sent November 17th from Mr. Benson, the principal for 115 Stratford, making a request. That's all that happened. There was a request that the $60,000 be used to purchase the larger trees, to reimburse the neighbors for their legal fees, and I think Bob can state Bob's already stated what his opinion is of that request, but the township received that money as a payment in lieu of filing district justice court actions and proceeding through a fine. So, you know, anything that would come out of that fund would have to come in front of this board would have to approve it. And
That's fine.
it's just sitting there.
I received an email today from another resident whose opinion is similar to Leslie Morgan's, and that is the money should not go back to the developer. So,
There's been no agreement by Bob or me or anyone on behalf of the township that money would be returned.
okay.
I mean, they did the bigger trees. I think they got them up in Plumstead Township in Bucks County. I know the place, and they already had paid the money, and there was no quid pro quo there. There was no, you know, that money's coming back to you. If they want to make a request to the board, they can do that, but
Again, the math is just strange because the differential of 10 feet of trees is not 60,000. I mean, and everything else was their own doing. They scraped the stuff. They had already plans. When you guys gave them the conditional use for the extra units, there was berming already designed. There was no addition, the understory was already there. We're not getting anything except the 10 feet. And they have to plant the trees in good soil, so they took the soil, Jim.
Is there a question about this?
No, we just wait. If there's a request, we'll entertain the request. Correct?
I won't.
No action.
I won't entertain any request.
You can choose to not entertain the request.
And I would say that we should not bring any. There's no reason to entertain any request. Anybody can write a letter to any board or commissioner they like, but I don't think this is an issue that would be properly reviewed by this body.
All right. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Hi.
Tom Lowy, North Wayne Avenue. I sat and listened for the last 2 meetings, and I'd like to add something positive based on what I heard, is that there was an elderly gentleman that came up who was whimsical about not having the trash picked up behind his house anymore. And tax increase or not, I thought it would be interesting to have a study, a la Mr. Curley, how much it would cost to reinstate backyard pickup for those residents over age 75 or 70, pick an age that makes sense, to where we could add a service to an elderly person who may not use the parks anymore, but who would appreciate having their trash picked up behind their house because it's an inconvenience to them. And based on the extra time it would take for the 4 minutes or 5 minutes per household and the hourly fees that we pay for the people who pick up the trash, I think it would be a fairly easy math problem to solve and find out, based on their hourly wage, how much extra that would cost as a service to our elderly residents. So as an addendum to your tax increase, you could add that service increase as well.
So Tom, I just want to, you may know this already, but for an elderly resident or someone who's not in good health and who for some financial hardship can't afford to pay the fee to have the rear yard trash picked up, they can request and submit a form that says they can't afford it and they can't do it physically, and we will do it without charge.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. You need to show financial hardship, and you need to show that you physically can't.
We use the state PACE guidelines.
Okay, but if it was a service-wide, township-wide, without regard to physical or financial disabilities, then it's a service to everybody, regardless of whether they use the parks or not, and makes Radnor look that much better as a place to live, where we support our residents.
All right. Thank you, Tom. All right, I don't see anybody else coming forward for public comment, so let us move ahead now to our consent agenda. We have 5 items on the consent agenda, and the procedure here, for those of you that are not familiar with how we do this, we have these 5 items on our consent agenda that our management has determined do not take significant or any debate or discussion, and that they would not be controversial. And we go ahead and vote on them in a block, but that is subject to any commissioner here or any member of the audience, or the staff for that matter, asking that one or more of those items be removed from the consent agenda to be fully debated and voted on individually. So at this time, I will ask, does any commissioner have a request to remove anything from the consent agenda?
I'd like to pull items letter B and letter D.
All right, they are moved off. And does anybody else have anything? Does any member of management have anything, or the audience? All right, then is there a motion to approve the consent agenda items A, C, and E I'll let it go at that. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, can I have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion up here, or any member of the public want to say anything? No discussion, okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay, and it passes 7-0. Now, before we go, Mr. Booker, to your two items, I want to mention something. I committed an oversight when we started tonight. I failed to recognize that we have the esteemed gentleman all the way to my right, Mr. Lucas Clark, who is now officially seated as a member of our Board of Commissioners, as the representative of the 3rd Ward, and that came about just today as a result of the Delaware County Bureau of Elections certifying his election on November 3rd as that official representative and commissioner. So I want to now pause a little bit and welcome
you.
him to our work. And you have the floor if you want to say anything.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Higgins. I'm excited to be up here and looking forward to getting to work. So thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Okay, good. All right, Rich, you're on. Your items.
I pulled item Resolution 2015-117, a resolution amending a prior resolution which updated the 2016 minimum municipal obligation, or MMO. And I wanted Bill to walk through the changes from our September 28th approval of the MMO, and also review whether this is something that's contractually, that's a contractual or other obligation of the Board of Commissioners. And specifically, is this something we need to do, or does this happen? Explain the approval process of why we need to approve it if it's an obligation.
Sure. Well, I'll start with the obligation part. And yes, it's an obligation that the township has to calculate a minimum municipal obligation. It's a state-mandated calculation that is done through various actuarial assumptions to determine what the minimum pension expense should be for the township on an annual basis. In September, well, by the end of September of each year, we're required to report to the state what we think our MMO for the following year is going to be. So our practice has been to adopt a resolution in September establishing what we think at that point those numbers are going to be, acknowledging that we still have a whole budget process to go through before we get to the more refined final numbers. For this year, it's further complicated by the fact that since we adopted the resolution in September, the township received the updated actuarial report from Mock and Hop Benefits Group that established updated normal cost, and I can explain what each of these components are in a moment, but established or updated the township's normal cost of the plan, as well as the plan amortization requirement, and plan administrative expenses. So actually I can, if Jim could pull up my screen real quick. Let me slide that over. So the MMO, and this is the worksheet that is attached to the resolution. Since September, we received updated normal cost of the plan. So what the normal cost is the actuarial percentage of the 2016 payroll. And the assumption is that if everything happened as predicted, the amounts that are calculated here would be enough to fund the future benefits that would be earned next year by the employees working. In comparing the revised MMO to what was adopted in September, the normal cost of the plans changed. I'll jump back and forth between, this is the revised one, so it's 16.847 and 11, well, I'll just use the aggregate. It was 13.919 versus what we adopted back in September, which was 13.4 434. So that number changed slightly. At the same time, the amortization requirement, which is we've talked about over the last 5 years about the unfunded liability in the pension plans. The amortization requirement is the township's obligation to pay down on that unfunded portion or unfunded liability. The unfunded liability is amortized over anywhere from 15 to 20 years. There are a number of variables that go into how long the amortization period is, but that 15 to 20 years on average is what it ends up being. So for the township, the amortization payment was $3.1 million and some change for the last 2 years, and then the revised plan, that plan amortization dropped to 2.9. A couple of the reasons why it dropped, well, the primary reason is the additional funds that the township has contributed to the plans over the last 4 years. Each time we contribute more than the minimum obligation, there's an actuarial gain for the plan, and then that actuarial gain is amortized over the same period that an actuarial loss would be, or an unfunded liability. So during the 2-year period from the last actuarial report to the one that's dated 1/1/2015, there were more actuarial gains, which dropped the amortization requirement in the MMO. Plan administrative expenses are pretty minor. The percentages there, I think the police one moved slightly, but no significant changes there.
On those expenses, typically for managing investments, you wouldn't pay 190 or 120 basis points. I guess you could. This is not just investment management expenses, other expenses, including the calculations, or is this just 1.9% for the police? Is that just investment management fees?
Yeah, it's more than just the investment management. It's the calculation of the benefits. It's the ongoing record keeping associated with all of the current retirees, current retirees and future retirees. It covers the professional services from the actuary as well as the pension or the investment management side.
And the pension itself is invested. There's statutory requirements for the investment for this pension, or is it up to us what we invest these pension proceeds in?
We have an investment policy ordained here in Radnor that defines how those funds are invested, and we hire a investment advisor that go out and execute.
So what is it? Is it mostly bonds? What's it? Is it stocks? It's not hedge funds.
No, it's mostly mutual funds and different fund managers. Fixed income takes up the bulk of it, over 50%. So it's a little bit more on the safer side there. But how we develop the diversification of the investments is based on what the interest rate assumption is for the overall pension fund. So we've talked a lot about that. It used to be 8%. We dropped it to 7.5%. We dropped it to 7.5% and then asked the financial advisor if that was prudent based on how the portfolio is designed and managed. They confirmed that it is in their estimation for a long-term outlook. So that's the genesis of how those funds are invested rolls back to the assumption that are in these numbers.
So the question that was the 1.9%, is that inclusive of the management expense that's part of the underlying funds, or that's just what we pay for the amount? In other words, is that more than just our fees? No, all right.
That's
you know what I mean.
All the
there's
fees.
It's a total. So
yes.
if there's an expense within a fund that's within the pension fund, that's included in that 1.9.
Yes. Okay. Yes. And the accounting for both of the pension funds are done outside. They each have their own segregated trust fund where all of the accounting is housed, and that is tracked. And then on an annual basis, we update the financial reporting. And that information, the actual expenses, are then used by Mock and Hop to develop these administrative plan expenses moving forward.
Before you leave this, I know our employee contributions are about 492,000, and the MMO for the township is about 4 million, so roughly 10%, a little more than maybe 11%. So is that normal? I guess that's normal for Radnor. Is that normal for other townships?
Well, for all of the civilian and police employees, well, not all of the civilian, for majority of the civilian and for all of the police employees, the percentage is collectively bargained.
Yeah, and so I hear you. So you're saying,
well, and I could
you're offering no comment on my question, so that's fine.
For police, the percentage is normal. It is comparable to other municipalities. For all the new officers since January 1 of 13, it's 5%, and that is consistent with other municipalities.
I mean, it seems low, Bill.
It's been a while since I've looked at the civilians, so I can't
167,000 on 2.2 million? That seems pretty low. All right, I hear you. We're going to be working to try to we're always forever. What are we doing to try to improve that? Anything? We're going to have a collective bargaining coming up.
Rich,
do we have a strategy for that?
Rich, can I intervene for a moment?
No. I have a question.
These
No, I know. No, John, here, I hear, everybody's going to be mad. Rich, how can you possibly say this stuff?
The focus here is an MMO. It has nothing to do with contract negotiations. That's a separate meeting that we vote on those. So you have an opportunity to vote on those.
But I have an opportunity right now while we're doing the MMO today, right? So the MMO is part of what obligation. The MMO is driven by the contributions. So my question is, what are we doing? Or are we just going to ignore it and say, well, throw up our hands, there's nothing we can do, that's all the contributions we can get? Do we have a strategy, and if so, what is it, to reduce the MMO through increasing contributions from the employees?
Well, I'll let the manager talk as to the strategy moving forward, but what I can attest to is what's been done over the last 5 years is, well, let me start by the plan amortization requirement, the bulk of the expense that you see on the calculation, almost $3 million of the 4.1 is the result of underfunding the plan for decades. So it's an obligation or a burden that has been left for us to manage going forward.
I know, and neither of us, we didn't do that, right? Neither of us would have done that.
But I'm just making sure there's full disclosure on how we got to where we are, because if someone's just tuning in now, they might think that this is all something that we have done over the last couple of years. What we have done is we've contributed significant amounts of excess fund balance and unexpected revenues towards reducing this obligation, which we've started to realize as we see that amortization amount drop. At the same time, through the last round of collective bargaining, there has been movement in the direction of better cost sharing. I think, well, I'll stop there because I don't want to get too far into negotiations here in this meeting, but movement has been made. We are constantly looking at this information and ways to improve it moving forward.
Yeah, and I guess I was going to say, Bob, if you have anything, but the point is, this is an area we really need a concerted effort and a strategy to benefit. No, talk about benefiting our constituents. Roughly 10% of our budget is in pension, and only 10% is contributed by the recipients. So across the country, far and wide, everyone is contributing more to their pension, and it's something that we really should focus on. And this is really where we're going to make the difference for our constituents, and the $45 of the trash, et cetera. These are the items, the health care, the pension, and the employee expense. That's where the money is in these budget, and this is the only way to reduce significantly our expenditures.
I think all of us agree with that, Rich. Those are good points. Bill, just one really simple question. That is, I assume that this the resolution we passed in September and now this new one, it forms some sort of a foundation for a report that we must submit to state government. So the budget for 2016 will be comprised of many, many things, but it would include all the municipalities in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania who report their MMO obligations. That's what goes on here. That's what this is all about.
Yes, we report to the state what our MMO is going to be for the following year. Biannually, the state comes in and audits our pension, both of our pension funds. One of the things that they audit is our compliance with the MMO to make sure that we're at least paying that amount. And they do publish reports. I don't know the frequency. There's been 2 since I've been here in Radnor that aggregate all of the municipal pension plans across the Commonwealth and report funding status, unfunded liability amounts. They don't go into this level of detail, but it is a report that highlights all of the plans in Pennsylvania.
Okay, thank you.
And the other point on this is this resolution actually reduces the MMO from September, which was voted in already. So it's $122,000 savings. So, and it's really on the civilian pension plan of about $200,000. The MMO has gone down. What are the drivers on that $200,000, and can we tweak it any more?
Commissioner Booker, I would respectfully ask that you not only review the rate contract, the police contract that's currently enforced, but the prior contracts. And I also respectfully ask that you attend a pension committee meeting and learn these details offline. Because quite frankly, you're asking questions that you should already know. And the question that you just...
John, I shouldn't
Yes.
already know it, but even if I do,
But in
this
your
is
packet-
this is for the public.
And that's right.
who's not going to be at those meetings, and who's going to be watching
Yes.
this on television, and this is
And
the
Commissioner-
public needs to know what it is.
And Commissioner Booker,
and
in your packet-
I resent you
Commissioner-
trying to say, Rich Booker, you don't know what you're talking about.
Right. It's in your
That's
packet.
ridiculous, John.
The
It's not in the
detail-
packet.
the
This is
detail
relevant.
is in the
This is
packet.
relevant materials,
And you could have read
and it's worth it to go through it.
I would like him to be able to finish his statement, and then you can file a rebuttal.
So I'll just finish by stating that not only is all the information that Bill White, the Director of Finance, has stated, it's in the packet, it's in detail, complete transparency, and I also want to mention that all the things that Commissioner Booker had stated, that we should be looking at these things, we should be negotiating these things, that's exactly what the staff has done for the last 5 years. That's exactly what's happened. So, it's somewhat offensive to me that you're making it sound like this hasn't happened. That's exactly what's happened. We have worked very hard, staff has worked very hard on this issue, and this board has voted and approved those contracts. And you will have an opportunity to vote and approve the next contract. And I implore you to get involved in that process. And if you think that you can fix it better than the rest of everyone in the room, please do. Please do that.
I'm quite sure I can fix it better than the rest of everyone in the room, at least the majority on this board. And I am not making this sound any way other than what it is. This is a huge expense. We're talking about the budget. This is a huge driver of the budget. This is not transparent. This is not widely known information, and this is not something for the committees offline. This is for the public. This is for today. This is for right now. This is where the tax dollars are going. And this is a $3 million increase from 2009 in this one line item. So folks, this is something to focus on, and this is something that I feel very strongly about that we do need to do better. So thank you, John.
Mr. President, if I may.
Go ahead. Sorry, Bob. All right. Bob, Okay.
I move that we approve Resolution 2015-117, amending the prior resolution on the
Second.
MMO.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any additional comment?
Yeah, the additional comments are, is this a requirement? So you said it's a requirement that we calculate the MMO, but you didn't say that there's a requirement that we fund the MMO, and obviously, that's not what was done in the past. So was there a rule change, or how was it? Why is this before us now?
Yeah, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear earlier. It is a requirement. It's a requirement, A, to calculate it, and then B, to fund it. The issue where I mentioned earlier about underfunding it was that the assumptions that were going into the calculation were not aligned with what was actually being paid out. So the township was, the township was underfunding the benefits that were being paid out. And so one of the things, and this is where it's a contrast, it costs more money to correct the problem, but that was one of the things that we needed to correct in 2011, was making sure that the assumptions better aligned with reality. So the direct answer is yes, it's a requirement by the state to do the calculation, and it is a requirement to pay what is resolved in the resolution.
So how do municipalities underfund these things then?
They underfund it by, I'll make up numbers, but they underfund it by assuming that employee X is going to earn $50,000 a year in retirement. That's the assumption. Then the employee retires and they earn $70,000. So there's a mismatch of what you thought the benefit was going to be, or what you funded the benefit to be, versus what it actually ended up being. And there are a number of things that occurred for a long time that caused a lot of those mismatches. And those are the things we're working on correcting.
So we don't need to fund at any particular level, or you're saying we need to fund on the level that we calculate, but there's no rules on what we calculate. We could have an internal rate of return in the pension of 10, 12, 14%, and we could vote on that, and we could say that's what we are proposing that we're going to get.
Sure, but every year you don't achieve that return, you're creating an additional unfunded liability that is going to compound upon itself and ultimately make this number bigger, because that's what your amortization requirement in line 4 is calculating.
And Bill, was it Act 44 that required full reporting of the liabilities? Because as I recall, before, there was an act in 2009 that basically required full reporting of this liability. And up until that point, no municipality in Pennsylvania had an obligation to report the liabilities.
Yeah, Act 600 is the
600.
is the state pension law. What you're talking about, John, is to show all of the liabilities, pension, health care,
No.
things that weren't.
No.
Okay, thank you, though. Thank you. And Bill White, thank you for all your work on this. 'cause
My question
you
was.
deserve-
My question
your
was.
team deserves the credit. Thank you.
My question was, how does it that we have an underfunded liability here? And the answer is, we overestimated in the past what our return on investment was going to be, and/or we underestimated what the payouts would be,
Yes.
or some combination thereof.
Yeah, exactly. And then other things that occur over time that were unplanned. For example, if there's a disability retirement, those are unplanned circumstances that cause actuarial liabilities to be added to the plan, and then those are funded over time through the amortization. So it's a combination of mismatching reality and circumstances that occur that were unplanned. And the disability retirement's one example that has a pretty big impact.
So Act 44, John said, is what requires that we vote on this?
Act 600 requires we vote on this.
Requires we fund it or we vote on it? John?
Oh, yeah.
So what if we vote no? What if a board votes no, we're not going to fund that? Then what happens? Does the state police come and haul the Board of Commissioners away? What happens?
I've never seen that happen. I've never seen a single commissioner ever suggest that. It's something that you have to do every fall, and then you have to fund it. It's the state's requirement that you estimate what your minimum municipal obligation is going to be if you're going to have a pension plan. That you can't have a pension plan and then not do that. So it's a state requirement. Would the Attorney General or the Auditor General, whoever, Auditor General would have findings when they look at your plan if you didn't follow the procedures under Act 600.
Well, and the other thing that the state has control over is the distribution of the state pension aid. The township receives a little over $600,000 a year. To the extent there are findings in the audit, they
That's
could
the
withhold
penalty.
that penalty. They could withhold that
I've seen
from us.
that happen. That's the penalty.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's good. All right, Rich, are we okay now?
So you lose that
I'll
money.
just say one or two things about the word transparent that was thrown out there. I think our management has been very upfront about all these things. We have financial reports that are issued periodically throughout the year. We have the budget process. I think this is our third or fourth public meeting or hearing, either way, on the budget. We have CARFAC that's given us input, and we've had Mockenhaupt, our actuarial advisor, present, not this year, but in past years. So I think everything's out there for the public, and your questions are fine. I have no objection to your questions, Rich, but I do think it's all been above board.
So I just don't want to, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't recognize the amount of work that CARFAC put into this. They spent months and months and months going through the contracts that we were under 5 years ago and making recommendations and playing with the numbers to push us towards getting the base input to this formula down. And really, their analysis was so thorough, so helpful to our staff in negotiating those contracts, and that work we should appreciate it, and we should all be grateful for it.
Yeah, and I'm gonna. So again, like Jim, I have no issue with the line of questions, but I interpret it like it was a statement that the rest of us were asleep at the wheel, and that's absolutely not the case. That first of all, we made significant improvements in the last round of negotiations, which brought the MMO down considerably. Not the MMO for the existing employees, but the projection of what it would be down considerably. And then the statement that we did not fund the MMO is absolutely not true. The MMO was 100% fully funded, correct?
Don, there was
Absolutely
never
100%.
any statement that the MMO was not funded.
Okay, that's what I heard. That's what I. So
The statement
I
was,
have-
in the
please allow me-
past,
Rich, allow me to
obviously,
speak. Rich,
we were short. Wait, so,
listen
no.
patiently.
So,
Rich.
no.
I
The
listened
statement
patiently,
was,
Rich.
the statement was from Director White that we, in the past, had not funded it.
Jim, you got to let me finish. I mean, I can't agree to a set of rules if I'm not allowed to. Okay.
Let's have a rule that.
Can I clarify that one more time?
Any commissioner is entitled to finish
So-
his or.
We don't,
White.
I mean, it's silly to argue about
gonna
this.
finish.
You said it, I asked the question, Don took offense.
I don't take offense. I'm not offended by
Don't
things.
take offense. Nobody said you were asleep at the wheel.
My wife tells me I'd be a better human being if I got offended more, so I'm working on it. Okay? But I don't get offended by these things. I'm interested in the accuracy of this, okay? And
to get offended about.
okay, I'm
All right,
not
let's-
offended, but
Let's have one rule, Rich.
Okay.
If any
The rule
member-
should be, if I'm going to ask questions, let me ask the questions.
No,
You guys all want to attack
No.
the messenger.
No, I'm
The
fine.
message here is, we overspend.
I-
Part of it is, we need to do better in this area.
Yeah. I'm not.
Just let it go then.
I'm not taking issue with that. All I'm asking is that if any member of this board is making a statement, that he or she be allowed to finish without interruption. That's all I'm asking. And Don had the floor, and he was interrupted.
okay, so we have fully funded the MMO. That preceded us. We weren't the first board to fully fund the MMO. It has always been fully funded. The issue is that when you take the unrealized assumption, they are amortized over time. If year after year you continue to have unrealized assumptions, then you're compounding amortization, which is what makes the deficit grow. So I'm done. Thank you.
Can we
Okay.
vote at this point?
All right, I think,
This is
I
a dead
think
horse.
we're all
that's been
set now.
waiting.
We've heard from everybody, and I don't think there's anybody in the audience that wants to jump into this quagmire. So I'm going to ask for a vote on the motion to approve item 4B, which was formerly in the consent agenda. It's Resolution 2015-117. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Okay, it passes 5-1 with one abstention. Thank you. Now, Rich, I think we're at a... 6-0 with one abstention. Thank you for correcting that. Now, I think you had one other item, and that was the public auction of our township obsolete parking meters, which is Resolution 2015-19.
So
Go ahead.
what's the, who are we selling the, is this going for public bid? Are there people that are looking for these parking meters, and will we get the minimum bid on these, or what's the anticipated revenue from them?
Yeah, Commissioner Booker, I could try to answer some of those questions for you, sir. As you know, because of the kiosks, we have no use for these anymore. What we did was we did a comparative analysis online with similar items that were being sold, and that's where we came up with that price. They are out for bid for any township or municipality that wants them, and we're looking for $30 per meter. We're trying to sell them in bulk, obviously.
Chief, make sure you save a couple for that small lot up in Bryn Mawr that still has meters.
Absolutely, sir. In fact, we have 791. We're selling 750.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Is there any more discussion up here? Is there any discussion amongst the staff or the audience? All right, I'm going to call for the vote. This is Resolution 2015-119 and the sale of township parking meters. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay, and it passes 7-0. Thank you. We are now going to move into committee reports. And the first item is property on Resolution 2015-121, and this has to do with property on Radnor Chester Road that is part of a impending subdivision, or redevelopment, I should say. And I would like to have somebody address the details here. I can do it. I'm Public Works, but perhaps, Rich, are you going to, you want to be the one that promotes this and has it voted on?
I can give an explanation of this. Okay. This is a 2,500 square foot lot that the township had deeded to it in the 50s. And we happened to find the deed in a old file here at the township building over the last year. It's a landlocked parcel. It has no road frontage. It's adjacent to the office building at 240 Radnor Chester Road, and it is adjacent to the Radnor Way residential subdivision. So in order to, and we've had some discussions with Mr. Gross about the sale of that, but before it can be sold or an agreement of sale can be entered into, it's got to be put out for bid. I have put together some bid specs with Melissa Kahn. It'll go out for bid. There'll be a bid opening, and we'll see if anyone other than Mr. Gross bids on it. I expect not, but it doesn't have a whole lot of value to anybody but him at this point. And there'll be some fairly stringent conditions that the successful bidder will have to meet. We've had some public meetings about this. So this is the first step. Ultimately, assuming we get a legitimate bid, there'll be an agreement of sale. That'll come back to the board. There'll be an ordinance introduced, and that will move forward if approved. So this is just to put this out to see if there's any other bidders on this lot.
All right, so this is parcel number 36-14-44, acquired by the township in 1955. This is for 2,500 square feet of land. This is a buffer parcel that is at the end of Radnor Way. So I've had multiple conversations with the folks in Radnor Way. This, as John said, is the notification to the public that this parcel is going up for sale. And I just want to make sure that the folks on Radnor Way contact me if there's any concern or if we want to follow up in greater detail from our prior meetings on this. But this would permanently remove this parcel from the township assets. So
It might be helpful if we had an explanation of why this is valuable to Mr. Gross and his partnership.
Can I, before we do that, can I have did the neighbors, Mr. Booker, get notified of this being on the agenda? Did you reach out to your constituents?
no, I didn't notify anybody of it.
Is there anybody in the audience that's from Radnor Way? No. So I have to say I'm really uncomfortable. This is a orphan piece of property. It really has no value to anyone except probably Mr. Gross. But when this subject matter started percolating up, the neighbors on Radnor Way were very upset and very worried because they considered it, their perception was that this orphan property was a buffer. And I personally, if this was in my ward, I would have reached out to my constituents and said this was going to be on the agenda. I think that they should be notified that we are voting on this. I feel uncomfortable voting on it without those neighbors having been notified. I understand that some of them may welcome this sale. I personally would support this sale because it is an orphan property. I think that there will be safeguards for the buffering of that neighborhood. And from CBFAC and CARFAC, we've gotten the message loud and clear that we should be monetizing our assets that are worthless to us, and this is a clear example of that. However, out of respect for those neighbors to whom this was very controversial when it first came forward, I think they should be notified before we take this vote so that they could be here to support it or to object to it. So I feel that, I can't vote on this tonight in good conscience just because I personally think they should have been notified.
Well, that's fine. That's a good idea to notify Radnor Way. Is there a requirement to notify the adjacent it's not like when there's a zoning hearing board review.
No.
We don't have a notice requirement.
No,
So Ms. Schaefer, I guess, is taking a shot at me for not. So now I'm doing it, right? I just got this. I was unaware that this was going to be on the agenda, and this came this weekend, and we had a lot going on this weekend. So it's not something that I notified our constituents about. This is the resolution to put it out for bid. So it's in no means a final issue here. But the parcel does have value to the township. Obviously, it does. The parcel has been retained by the township since 1955. It is a buffer parcel. It is a parcel which was designed to restrict development from the commercial areas into encroaching on Radnor Way, and that's what the value of this parcel is. Also, it does have a value to the township as an appraised value. And so there is value, and it's something that I agree with Ms. Schaefer. I mean, let's table it and send a letter to the folks.
I don't agree. First of all, this is only to put it out the bid. Now, prior to any vote to sell it, once we get the bid, then absolutely we should make an effort to notify those folks like we do with the zoning hearing notice. Secondly, I was at the last meeting that took place that Mr. Booker had with those folks and with Shelley Gross. And at the end of that meeting, the people unanimously were in favor of what Mr. Gross was offering them, and we're going to condition the sale so that all those commitments he made are in there. So this isn't like anybody's hanging out not knowing what's going on.
I agree with John. The only question from John Rice, we'll authorize the bids to be received And I would imagine, like any other bidding that we have, we're not obligated to continue with the sale.
No. Any bid can be rejected. I mean, what you could do if you want to move this down the field is the bids could go out. We could report back what the bids were. You still have to award a bid at a public meeting. That might be a good time to notify the neighbors.
Yeah, and that's the route I would suggest at this point, that this has been, we have had this topic in the public purview for at least 4 meetings that I can think of. What's that? Yes, more than that. I would suggest that we put it out to bid, but I would also suggest that if the commissioners aren't going to communicate with their constituents administratively, maybe we could, maybe staff could send a letter of notice to the immediate residents that are surrounding this parcel. I'm sure it's only 4 or 5 letters that would need to go out. But that way we're ensured that they have official legal notice from the township that this sale would be pending.
Right, and the commissioner does communicate with his constituents, and I think the constituents are well aware of that. It would be a good idea to send a letter to Radnor Way. I'd appreciate that.
We could do that. Just as a point of reference, last Wednesday, the board was emailed the agenda of what the items were on there.
Thanks, Bob.
And in Rich's defense, he did have a meeting, correct? He had a meeting with the neighbors? He did? So what do we have any idea? I can't imagine there's much value in this property, right? It's more what we're going to have the purchaser do to the property, right? Isn't that more what we're going to get out of it?
We have an appraisal of the property.
What did that come back at, out of curiosity?
50,000. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah, and
That constitutes value.
And that's been, publicly announced. So, I mean, I expect you're going to get one bid, unless Mr. Commissioner Booker wants a bid on it. He might jump in there. I don't know.
No.
Okay.
You never know if I'll jump into
Did
that.
we set the, will there be a minimum, meaning that is the minimum bid the appraised value?
It's not in the resolution.
There's no minimum bid on the bid documents at this point.
Are we allowed to set a minimum level?
Yes, you can.
Would it be prudent for us to set the appraised value at the minimum level, or is that?
Well, I think we're obligated in some ways as fiduciary to not take less than its appraised value.
Right.
So I will not vote to support the sale of that parcel for less than its appraised value. So we have a say in it.
So I would say we put that say in it now to ensure that otherwise we could be wasting our time. So, yes, that's collectively.
Well, how's this going to work? I mean, if they send an offer over for $10,000, it goes over to administration, right? Does every offer have to come before us? I mean, is this going to string things out if we go back and forth?
It's a bid.
Bids.
They're
it'll
sealed
come in.
bids.
And the reality
Bids
is,
will be open.
the reality is, if he wants, I mean, this has been discussed publicly. So if he wants to do what he wants to do, he's going to pay the minimum amount unless we set a minimum amount. So as I see it, when you have a very thin market, he's going to come back with a very small price unless we set the minimum amount.
Which you don't
Chairman,
have
I
to
would
accept. You don't have to accept it.
But if we want to do it, so I don't. So if I'm the only one, just tell me. But
Yeah, so I will make a motion now to adopt resolution 2015-121 with the following amendment, adding a whereas clause, or amending the whereas clause. The Board of Commissioners desires to receive bids for the sale of the property in the amount no less than $50,000. And John, if you want to give me better language, but that, I don't think we need to be too much.
shouldn't it not be in the whereas clause,
Just
though?
say minimum bid.
Well,
Shouldn't it be in the operative part? Jim, you're a contract guy.
Yeah, it would be better to be in the operative section.
Now, therefore.
Yep.
So I would add that at the end of the now, therefore, in accordance with the Township Code, with a minimum bid value of $50,000.
All right.
okay, so my motion, I'll revise it. I'll move to adopt resolution 2015-121 with an addendum to the last sentence of the resolution to include the statement. And John, could you repeat that for me? I didn't write it down.
With a minimum bid amount value of $50,000.
Okay, as stated by the solicitor.
I'll second it.
Is there a second? Mr. Clark has a second. All right, I think we've thoroughly discussed it. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to comment?
Rich, I agree with you. You've been in constant contact with your neighbors on this matter. We had a meeting before the township the other evening. That may be the first time in 2 years now.
And you are Nicholas Cornelia?
I'm Nicholas Cornelia. I represent one of the adjacent landowners. And Rich has been in constant contact with his neighbors on that. He's kept them fully appraised of what's going on. We had a meeting here at the township, and as you well know, Shelley Gross loves writing emails, and all the neighbors are fully aware of what's going on here this evening, and fully aware of what the process is going to be, and fully aware of what Shelley's promised them.
Well, they don't know that this is happening tonight unless they called it up on the website.
Yeah, I don't. Shelley is in emails the neighbors like once a week. So whether he told them that this meeting was occurring this evening, I don't know, but they know what the process is and what's supposed to be happening. And as has been mentioned, all the neighbors were in agreement with this when we had the neighbors meeting here. That's all.
If Rich is offended by the jabs at him, it's only because he's very human, like a teddy bear.
No, I'm not, I mean, they made specific and jabs at me, and there's no question they were shots to
Rich, you owe me
denigrate
now.
me.
Rich, I
That's
came
okay.
up and defended
I know,
you,
and
so
so
you owe me.
you know what? If Nick Cornelia is defending me, you know that
Then I
I'm
know
worthy
my
of being
jab was
defended because he
well-warranted.
wouldn't do that otherwise. So thank you, Nick. And also,
right.
I would also say one other thing. Bob, I got to tell you, you are absolutely wrong. I did not get a packet on Wednesday night.
No, it was an email that was sent to the board when the agendas are set. The board,
and that
the
was
emails
sent,
come out.
And that was sent
shows
on
the agenda.
Thursday. That was sent on Thursday at 3 o'clock. It doesn't matter. It doesn't
I
matter.
apologize.
Listen, folks.
it went
Here's what
Thursday.
happened. It came out electronically Thursday. We got the packet Friday. Very busy weekend. And I'm getting to it now. To my constituents on Radnor Way, Commissioner Fisher thinks that I'm failing these people, and so does Elaine. I apologize for my failings. I am human. But we will get to these folks, and I think let's send them a letter. Bob's going to send a letter, and I think that Nick Cornelia's points and his comments are well taken, and people should heed that if they're going to cast aspersions. And let those who are among us who are without sin cast the first stone.
All right, thank you for
Rich will work with you. We'll get those hand delivered out to the neighborhood there, and if you want to joint sign those, we'll do that.
All right, I have a motion on the floor with a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. And it carries 6-1 with Commissioner Schaefer in the minority. The next item is final approval of a plan of the cottage at Valley Forge Flowers. This is resolution number 2015-122. We've had this in caucus, we've had this in preliminary. There's to be a building taken down and then a connection structure put in place. And this is on Eagle Road at the Eagle Shopping Center. And we have the representatives of the applicant here. Please come forward. Thank you very much.
Can I move this so we have parliamentary?
Yes, please do.
Okay, so I'll move resolution 2015-122.
And is there a second?
Second.
All right, now come forward, please, and tell us who you are.
Thank you. My name is June Singh with Kaplan Stewart. I am here tonight on behalf of George Brosman. I think it was mentioned earlier during public comment that Mr. Brosman isn't here tonight. So hopefully you'll bear with me, and I can try to answer any questions that you may have. As you mentioned, this was discussed in caucus. The applicant is amenable to all of the conditions in the, it's a proposal. Resolution, thank you.
Yeah, resolution and review letters.
Yes, and so we are amenable to that, and I don't think that we have any further issues to bring to you, so unless there are questions.
You're with the law firm, Kaplan Stewart?
Yes,
And
that's correct.
What is your name?
My name is June Singh, S-I-N-G-H.
Okay.
And I did receive a email from George Brosman. He's reviewed the resolution. He's got no issues with it. I think he's at another meeting tonight
That's correct.
in another township. Is the engineer here for the project? No. Okay.
Not tonight.
All right, and you have a colleague with you? You want to come forward and say anything?
I'm the general manager of the shopping center, Eagle Village Shops, Donna Torpy. I just want to clarify, Jim, that you mentioned we're tearing a building down, and we're not.
Okay.
It's just a connector between two existing buildings.
I thought in one of our review letters, it did say something was being torn down, but no?
No.
Okay.
And June is right. George did work out the resolution language, so I'm fine with it as well.
All right, thank you. Is there a commissioner that wants to comment on the proposal, the resolution? Is there anybody in the audience or with our management? Okay, then I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. And it carries 7-0. Thank you very much. Oh, John's not here? Oh, Commissioner Nagel is absent, so it passes 6-1. 6-0, I'm sorry. Can't add tonight. Okay. I think we are still in Public Works, and we are at a point where we have an ordinance that I am so happy to see come before this board. It has to do with stormwater controls in South Wayne, and it's resolution 25, I said ordinance, it's a resolution 2015-123, which would authorize Gannett Fleming, our township engineer, to provide design, permitting, and bidding documents for storm sewer construction running from the School Lane in South Wayne to West Wayne Avenue, and that is per the recommendation of our Stormwater Management Advisory Committee. And Roger Phillips, you're here. Are you ready to talk about this?
Sure, I can answer any questions you may have about this.
Well, I'll just get the ball rolling by saying that just east of where this resolution talks about is the firehouse, and east of that is the playing fields attached to the middle school. And I'm going to go back about 8 years now when I believe our Board of Commissioners authorized the engineering and ultimate construction of an underground stormwater system under those playing fields. And that was intended to collect water from South Wayne Avenue and move it from South Wayne Avenue under the playing fields and then into the creek. That's Ithan Creek there. And I believe what happened is, we don't have our Director of Public Works, but I believe what happened is that the attempt to connect it and to collect the water from under South Wayne Avenue and West Wayne Avenue faltered because of a number of very serious obstructions, utility obstructions under South Wayne Avenue. And so I think now what's happening is our Stormwater Management Committee has said it's time to move ahead and finish what was started 8 or 10 years ago.
That's correct. That's my understanding of the project.
Well, if this is done, and I hope it is, I think we'll have a much improved situation when we have these heavy flash flood storms. We have photographs in our archives of South Wayne Avenue near the firehouse being impassable to vehicles. And this should, if it's done right, and I'm sure Roger will make sure it is done right, that we won't have that severe flooding any longer on South Wayne Avenue. Okay.
Well, I would just like to say that I think the adjective the Stormwater Committee used to describe this project was a no-brainer. And it really is a no-brainer. It was, I think, the lowest cost project on their on their menu of projects to move forward with. And it will have a very high impact, and it's, been waiting in the shadows to be finished for 8 years. So it is indeed a no-brainer, and I heartily support it.
Yeah, and Heather Gill, I think, called it low-hanging fruit, if I remember correctly. And part of this is in Ward 3 along School Lane, and the other part is Ward, is that 6, Don?
Yeah.
On West Wayne Ave there?
6.
One library, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm in favor of this. I think this is a good project. What I want to make sure we're considerate of is the water that gets taken out of there that ends up in Ithan Creek, because that's going through my neighbor's yards on Midland Avenue and St. David's Road, and it makes its way down to the Township building. So I want to do this. I would like to see this coordinated with remediation upstream, just to make sure that we have some consideration for them. I don't want them getting more water than they're already getting, but the firehouse is no doubt an issue that needs to be rectified. So I do support this project, but I want to be considerate of that. I want to make sure we take that into account somehow, and that would be something for Public Works to do.
Well, I hope that we have the technology to do what Commissioner Clark is talking about, and that is we can collect all this water and move it down underneath the playing fields, but we can't then just dump it into Ithan Creek without being concerned about its effect on the stream bank and the property owners along the creek.
And I met with Steve and Heather on site on Friday, and Steve basically said, that's what's going to happen. That's the only place it's going to go. So again, I just want to be cognizant of that issue. I mean, it sounds great and everything, but I want to make sure we think about the people downstream there who do get a sizable amount of water.
It's an engineering challenge is what it is. It's got to be done that way.
What is the outflow pipe from that retention system? I assume there's only one outflow?
I don't have that information with me tonight. I found out walking in the door that Mr. Norsini wasn't going to be here tonight, and I believe he was going to discuss it.
But the point of the store and release systems is, in fact, to reduce scouring and peak flow rates.
All of that will be a consideration when we're performing this, and I'll speak with Mr. Norsini about that and what options we have available to us.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor this, but I mean, I'm sure it'll come out in the designs, but just want to bring it up.
And Commissioner, also, it gives us an opportunity to look at different areas that I know the board has spoken about in being able to look at detain stormwater in some of the areas. We've looked at the South Wayne lot for storage, as well as even looking further up. The Lumberman's parking lot is another area that they've spoken about. So areas where we can trap water, store it, and then release it slowly. So I think we're starting to look at that comprehensive area. But also at the next meeting, we're hoping to introduce to the board to look at addressing the sanitary system. The sanitary lines are in very bad condition from that particular area all the way up here towards this particular area. So I know that we've already had conversations with Luke in that area, and that's one of the things he's spoken to us about. That has been a problem, and we've looked at that, and that system continues to get worse and worse, and it's expanded of how bad that system's has as Steve's looked at it. So this is one that probably the board will see at the next meeting.
That's good to hear. I only wish this resolution had been before us 4 years ago when I first joined the board. All right. I
have a couple of points to make.
Okay. May I move its introduction, or this is a passage. I'll move its passage. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Roger, do we know for sure that the system at the middle school has the capacity to absorb more water?
Again, I don't have that information with me, and I haven't looked at that. That'll be part of the calculations that we do for this design, is to make sure that that is the case. I believe it has, and what I've been told from Mr. Norsini is that it was all designed to handle that entire area. It was just never, the construction, for whatever reason, I think Mr. Higgins referenced utility conflicts, and that's what was brought up to me, was utility conflicts kind of ended that last piece that was needed to tie into that.
So the system has capacity, the upstream has a pipe, and in between we have a small diameter pipe that's incapable of delivering
That's my understanding, correct?
And the water that pools in front of the firehouse, why, if one of my concerns is if the field doesn't have the capability to take more water, then there isn't any benefit to getting a better connection to it. And if the water pools in front of the firehouse, is it because the system is incapable of taking more water?
It's my understanding that the conveyance system is incapable of getting the water from where it is to where it needs to go. I don't know that 100%, but that's what was presented to me, and that's something that we'll verify during the design.
Commissioners, I do apologize. Steve was not able to make it tonight. Steve had a family emergency that he had to attend to. I had told him not to be here tonight. It was more important that he spends where he needed to be this evening with a family emergency. So that's why he's not here. I know that there's some gaps here. But I think to fill in the gap with Roger is the system, and I think, Don, hopefully this addresses it. The system was never connected. The final piece that takes the water that was supposed to convey it into the system under the field, that final piece was not connected. So I think that's that determining piece that needs to attach to take it in there. So that's that missing piece. But I will have Steve follow up to it, but I know there's probably a gap of where Steve...
Could we have a one-page memorandum from either Roger or Steve addressing Don Curley's questions?
We will.
And
sure, and that's my understanding, that the utility conflicts prohibited that final piece to connect and get in there. And
well,
part
I think it's more important to know, are we going to connect something now that won't work? That's what he's asking because of capacity issues.
I'll discuss that with Mr. Norsini, and we'll address that.
So some folks who are here might, or I'm watching TV, might recall that I was on the school board in 2003, 2007, when the conveyance structure was constructed with the middle school with the intention of picking up this element. And two things. So number one, why was it 8 years between the original plan and now all of us deciding to eliminate the utility obstruction?
Well, I'll take a stab at that. I think at least 2 of the years have to do with the deliberations of the Stormwater Advisory Committee. We wanted to give them free rein to look at all the problems in the township, and so they did that. And this project came up on their agenda, and they made the decision that this needed to go ahead. Now, the other 6 years, I'd have to just speculate that there were some years in that period where we had lean finances. We didn't have money to do a project of this magnitude, and I suspect that we just put it off in lieu of doing other things throughout the township.
From what I understand, I'll give my take on it. There is a major utility conflict under that road there in which the final construction could not take place. There was money available that I believe there was a big portion returned back to the school district. I'm not sure why it was returned for the money to complete that. Chagrin Valley did look at that and said the final piece needed to be put in, and this was back a number of years ago. And Steve was looking at that, trying to see, because there's also an issue in the ground there with PennDOT, and there's been a plate on the ground there, I believe, for 4 years waiting for PennDOT to resolve. I believe there are 2 issues in the ground. We still continue to wait for PennDOT to correct, or yes, 2 issues in the ground over there. There's also an area that's a sinkhole there that the driveway apron to the fire station continues to sink, that we have had no luck with PennDOT trying to rectify. Anything from this board would be helpful to push our elected officials to help PennDOT resolve that issue. But there is a major utility conflict, so that's why I think with Roger's firm, they will look to see how we can navigate through that to make the final connection. It will be, I believe, an expensive connection because there may be the possibility of relocating the utilities that go under there. But I know that was one of the major issues that I understood, was trying to navigate through there, and whether or not, if that could be actually even built, that connection from where those pipes go. That was one of the big questions. So I think Chagrin had looked at that, of trying to make making us aware that that connection has to be made. And then also being made aware that that's can only hold a 2.5 year capacity under the ground, which I thought it was a much greater capacity. If you're going to put that system in, you would hold a much greater storm under that ground. So
that's the concern that I have. If there has to be some kind of cost benefit, and I don't know, I didn't attend what made it a no-brainer. I didn't see the meeting, but somebody has to tell me why it's a no-brainer, because I've heard that before. And Jim, my recollection of part of the dilemma, I guess it's an answer to Rich's question, was that part of it is we didn't have a consensus that it had impact, that it was taken out for a certain reason, and we didn't have consensus that there was impact. Now I'm hearing there's consensus that it's impact, but I haven't seen, beyond what was said tonight, I haven't seen what that impact is.
As I recall, it was originally part of the plan, and it wasn't until the utilities interference was discovered that it was pulled out. So the original design was, in fact, to collect that water.
Yes, that's my understanding also.
So the real issue is the conflict.
Except that if you have a standing pool in front of the entrance to that system, that means that the system is beyond its capacity, unless it's I
don't think the inlets there flow into the system.
Well, at
the firehouse, they don't flow into the system.
But I believe as part of this plan, there are other areas where we are to capture water throughout the system. That is part of to make that system work. So unless you actually capture water through this process, the end game to get the water in there is not going to make the impact that I think Don's speaking about to make that full impact.
If it's an expensive hydraulic connection to a system that is already inundated, then it's not a wise purchase. So I'm open to it, but I'd like, I'd like to hear it from Steve or somebody with a little more technical detail telling me that this will have impact.
Don, do you want to table this then till the next meeting and get some information in between?
For me, there's enough uncertainty that we should table it till the next meeting.
No, I don't disagree.
To get Steve to.
Well, we're not okaying the construction right now. We're doing the designing.
Right. So $30,000 to design to a system that we don't know that will have.
Well, how would we ever know without going through this process?
No, we'll know. They'll know. They'll do very easily.
Well, and we already have a consultant who's examined it and presented it to our stormwater committee on three-hour meetings, 9 hours of talking about this. Mm-hmm. So, and that they've given and we actually all got copies of that PowerPoint, and they've
fairness to me, the PowerPoint did not have an analysis of the impact in any way.
Well, their analysis was that this would be a worthy endeavor, and that they, for whatever reason, believe that it would have impact. To me, it's worth going through the design process. I highly doubt if Gannett comes out there and discovers right away that this is never going to work, that they're going to proceed with their work.
I do think you have a misunderstanding of what the design process would do. The design process won't evaluate its effectiveness. It will design whatever solution you choose, correct? Presumably, somebody's already determined that it's effective enough to proceed with design, and that's all that I think we need to do.
Okay, so Don, you're making a really good point. What I would suggest is, I don't know if we need to table this, but I think we want to hold off on the actual starting.
Yeah.
Well, let me just say, what I remember, I came on the board right when this was finished, and I had been attending meetings during the process, so I was somewhat in the loop. What I recall was the system was sized to collect water from a certain area of the township, and as I recall, that one area was never connected. So the pipe that runs down, even part of Lancaster Avenue, there was a new pipe that was installed on Lancaster Avenue to convey water away from, kind of from the movie theater down towards Wayne Avenue. And as I recall, the entire design included capturing the rainfall from a large area, and then a portion of that area was orphaned because of this interference from the utilities in the road. All I would suggest here is, why don't we just review the file, and we'll see if that work was done or not. And Bob, maybe you could have Steve Norsini just review the file and let us know, was this the original intention of the system? Was it designed into the system? I don't think we need to do another study. I think we just need to look at what was already done. I'm pretty sure it was designed in. I'm pretty sure the intention was to
Yes.
capture that water. And I'm pretty sure that the system was sized with all that in mind. And we just want to confirm, I think to Don's point, we want to confirm that. We certainly don't want to overwhelm the system. I worried about that too. I thought, wow, we're going to convey more water into a system that may be at its capacity. And if we do that, then we're going to see water back up everywhere. It's not just going to be there, it'll be everywhere. So if that makes sense. I don't want to create more work. I just...
It
Right,
does the
but I
only,
just want to point out, I mean, I totally agree, and absolutely, but this is what our expert engineer suggested, and our appointed board spent 6 to 8 hours going through. So I don't want to be the board that second guesses everything they recommend to us, because they using their expertise, their analysis, they didn't just come up with this idea on a whim. They put a lot of thorough analysis into this, both the expert that we hire and we pay for, and the volunteers who have dedicated umpteen hours to analyzing this.
And I left, thank you, Commissioner Schaefer.
I agree with
I'm
the-
ready to support this. I'm ready to go ahead.
I agree.
just want to, just for Don's point of view, it's a historical point of view. We just want to show that, hey, this was all thought of early, 10 years ago.
no, I agree with Elaine to support this and support the Stormwater Advisory Committee. I know they put a lot of work into this. And I don't think in 2 weeks Roger's going to be that far that he's going to burn through 30,000, which I highly doubt, right, Roger? I mean, so the board could always, again, adjust this of where this needs to go and then have the detail for the board, because the board could always pull that back of where this and modify where this needs to go. But I believe the process needs to begin and to see what actually, any connection that needs to going to be made, because the system's not functioning at all right now. I don't believe anything is going into
right,
this
I
system
think-
except
yeah.
from the ground. So
No.
I would support where Commissioner Schaefer's.
I'd like to see the resolution
Well,
voted on and passed as is. And I think, Bob, what you're saying is that you'll make sure that we have the right analysis from our Director of Public Works and our Township Engineer to make sure that this project, at this very early stage, will make sense once it's all finished.
Well, and I think at the next meeting, I think we need to address the concerns. I think Don makes very good points here. I think we need to look at this because, again, at the storm capacity, the 2.5-year storm is not going to control what we need to do heading downstream, especially those residents, Midland Avenue, that whole neighborhood stretching from Luella all the way down. It's not going to address that. So again, to get into any major project, I think we're going to have to look exactly at what Don's discussing.
All right, so I've listened to Don a couple of times, and I've heard everything here, and what I hear, Don, correct me if I'm incorrect here. Number one, for any one of these multiple, I think there's a dozen or 2 dozen stormwater projects, we keep talking about them. I think Don's point has been, number one, out of the interventions that are potential, is this the correct intervention? Is this a project that will, in fact, work, one? And then two, assuming that there's more than one intervention that will work, which intervention is going to give us the best performance per dollar spent on the construction? Is that what it is? So what I hear in this case is, why would we spend $30,000, with all due respect to Gannett Fleming, if we're not sure that this is an intervention that will work?
Well,
Is that, and that's what I hear as the issue. Now, I hear Elaine and some others saying, well, just spend the $30,000 because we think it'll work. It's probably going to be fine.
No, here's the issue. We're the ultimate stop here. But we have inferior bodies, boards, commissions that we rely on. And Elaine has pointed out.
Prefer to use advisory.
And Elaine, and we have outside outside, well, you're a lawyer, you know what that means. We have an outside engineer and a director of public works, and we have CH2M that has advised the Stormwater Advisory Committee, and they've all concluded that this is a project with efficacy. It's going to work. So I think at this point we should vote, and we'll get more information, but I certainly would not want to kill the project at this point just because we're trying to second guess our boards below us and our outside experts.
So you don't feel like you need any more to determine that this is a project that has appropriate efficacy? I think we heard Manager Zinkowski say, well, this will work, but it's going to work for a 2.5-year storm. Is that, so are your vote tonight in moving forward will be a vote to proceed with an intervention that will be designed to affect a 2.5-year storm and no more? And I think that the question is, shouldn't we look at that? Even $30,000, I think we could all agree that's a relatively small number for something like this. But I think there's several on the board that aren't comfortable that this is the right way to go, and maybe we should get comfortable with that rather than just authorizing $30,000 for a design.
No, you're putting...
Commissioner Booker, the only point I was looking at is, I think from Roger's standpoint, at some point we're going to have to cross South Wayne Avenue. There's a lot of utility obstruction under the road. I think for Roger's perspective, within the next 2 weeks, is for him to look at what utilities are under the ground and if there is the opportunity of how we're going to traverse that road, if we possibly can. I would ask him to look at that until we address these bigger issues, because I think that field issue is one of the major components that you're going to have to get some answers to. Because if you look at from Conestoga Road and Lancaster, the terrain there, all that water is running down into that area. It's amazing how much water in big storms, it's all collecting there. And unless you have areas that are going to collect and stop that water, 2.5 years is doing nothing at that field, but you're stuck with that. So unless you're going to redo that, that's a bigger issue this board's going to have to address. But right now, I think the money is going to be well spent for Roger to look at what is under the ground, the utilities, that why the connection was never made. I would think in 2 weeks, it's worthwhile for Roger to start looking into that, getting that detail until Steve and the engineers can find out what actually those obstructions are under South Wayne Avenue and how big those utilities are.
I'm going to move that we table it for 2 weeks to get the additional information that we need.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor of table?
I get the opportunity to speak about it. So I came tonight to vote for it, but quite frankly, there was so much uncertainty, and it's not nobody's fault. Maybe Steve would have been able to answer the question to me, but he has a reason for not being here. But I need to know that we're not making a great hydraulic connection to a system that doesn't have the capability to absorb it. So it's a small piece of information. You're right. It's not more research. It's just somebody with a technical background going through the file and explaining it to me. But in my opinion, it's a step that none of the 7 of us were able to answer that question adequately, and no one here on the staff side was able to give it to us. So in the absence of that, I think it's best that we wait.
I'd like to move forward on this. If all those in favor of tabling it, say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
And motion is defeated 3-4. All right, now, under the underlying ordinance.
Whoa,
I think it was 5-2.
it's 5-2.
It's 4-3.
Well, let's do it again. Let's do it. All those in favor of tabling 2015-123, raise their hand.
Aye. Okay, sorry.
Right, all those.
Yeah, this is the table.
To table. All those.
2 weeks.
Okay, and there's 2 votes for that. All those opposed say nay.
I voted for it also.
I didn't see your hand.
Well, John's in the way, it's his fault.
Okay, so we have 3 votes. All those not in favor of tabling it, raise their hand. All right, and that passes with 4 votes, so the motion is defeated 3-4.
Bob, you'll do the things that you identified even though it passes.
Okay,
One thing we didn't discuss in all of this, though, is that design, my guess was Pannoni at that time. I also attended a lot of the meetings where they talked about it. It was always spoken of as a system that was going to be marginal at best, but would make a difference for a lot of storms. But we should be able to find the Pannoni report that did that, and if necessary, we can talk to Dan. He was the
Okay.
engineer on it.
All right, is there any other?
I thought it was CH2M that actually built.
No,
Because the contractor, or maybe designed it.
No, this was
Because-
designed 10 years ago.
Okay, but the fellow who is giving the presentations to the
Right.
stormwater is the same firm who actually oversaw the process. So when he's talking about
I
it.
don't remember CH2 being involved.
Yeah, that
Maybe-
was my understanding. That
It is the
that
same guy. It's
Dan
the
was
firm.
involved in the
Yeah.
design.
Regardless, let's get the information
Right.
so we can answer Don's questions. I demur to Don's expertise in this area.
All right, is there any other commissioner comment
Yeah,
on the underlying resolution?
Yeah, and Don makes good points, but at what point are we going to rely on stormwater management and let them do their job and follow, not the directive, but the advice of these advisory boards? So that's what I'm thinking here. That's where I come down on at the end of the day. They've made a recommendation. I'm going to trust that they've looked into it. I'm not an engineer, so I certainly don't know better than they do. If Heather Gill and those folks are representing are supportive of it, I think it's a good project. So that's where I'm coming down.
Fair enough. I do want to push back, not against what Luke said, but it was in response to I was told I was second guessing and killing everything. Those weren't terms I was using. So nothing was killed, and I don't second guess everything that comes out of the stormwater.
I didn't hear that term used up here tonight. All right, any other commissioner comment? Anybody from the audience or from management? All those in favor of Resolution 2015-123, say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. And the motion passes 7-0. Thank you. All right, we're going to go to community.
Abstention.
All right, Rich. Why don't you vote against it? Or vote for it?
I don't have adequate
Jennifer,
information
my
to vote either
apologies
way.
for what you're going to have to go through.
All right. I'm going to move ahead now to community development, which is Commissioner Curley.
I'll move the adoption of ordinance 2015-19 regarding fire loss reimbursement claims and procedures.
Second.
Yeah, this is something that I raised at the last meeting. The concern with this is the potential for abuse in instances where there is a hardship or where a person who owns a building is due their insurance proceeds and the township is going to intervene. And it's not so much that anything will be wrong, although they could be wronged. The bigger issue is the government taking money from a private person based on its subjective interpretation or subjective determination that it needs that money. And it's very dangerous. And I see this often, more and more, with municipalities who often, nearly 100% of the time, there is a mistake in their system. There is something that, for whatever reason, is showing as due and owing to the township, and it almost never is. It's always a matter of a system or other problem, but yet the municipality will impose draconian measures like this. So it's a big concern, and I worry about the lack of due process in taking someone's fire proceeds. So was there any change from our last version of this? Is there any changes? This is substantially similar, exactly similar to what we approved what
was introduced,
introduction?
What was introduced, and let me just say that this is based upon a state law that has been on the books since 1992, got amended in 1994. If you want to Google this ordinance, you'll find it. Almost every municipality in the 5-county area has some version of this, or actually the identical version of this on the books. There's two components to it, and the money that would come to the township from a insurance carrier is only there to pay existing municipal claims or liens or property maintenance issues if there is a substantial loss to a building, such as what happened on 228 Willow. And those insurance proceeds left town. They could have stayed here and remedied that situation. There's a state directory, Rich, and I mean, I'd invite you to contact DCED, and they have a registry of every municipality in the state that has adopted this ordinance, and every insurance carrier, before they release any kind of fire insurance funds, is required. They look at the directory, and if your municipality is not on there, you're not even going to know that the money's been released. That's what happened with 228 Willow. So, to me, this is to protect the township's liens, taxes, any other claims, property maintenance issues. It's not for any other reason. I've seen it used twice with large buildings, barns that were burnt down. And it's there to protect the township and its taxpayers. It's not there for any other reason. This doesn't get initiated unless there's a fire to a property.
Yeah, I understand. So to me, I'm trying to determine whether the benefit to the constituents outweighs the infringement of a private right. And I guess you say, which one is Willow? You said 220 Willow? 228 Willow, and is that the first ward? The burn?
Yes,
it is.
Yeah, there was a substantial fire there.
And so what is the status of that building? I saw that building not too long ago, a few weeks ago. Are we going to tear it down
Why don't we discuss that offline, because there's some litigation involved.
So there's litigation at it right now. But you're saying that if this was in place, then we would have received those proceeds and we would have demolished that building?
Well, we wouldn't have demolished it, I don't think, but we would have repaired it. We could have held the money, depending on how much it was, to take care of all the property maintenance violations that were out there. I actually had the insurance carrier's counsel on the phone, because we tried to get the money. And
rightfully so.
And Ray Daly and I spent some amount of time trying to have the insurance, and they would not do it because we're not on the directory. We're not on the directory.
Well, why don't we condemn that property now? Let's condemn it, and then we'll take the property and we'll make the improvements, and we'll demolish a building and then put it for sale again.
Well, I would suggest
and get our money back that way.
I would suggest that any commissioner can put an item on an agenda that you think about what that would cost, because you're basically going to buy the property then, whatever the value is. You would have to do an ordinance to do a condemnation under the charter. But this ordinance, I mean, that's a nuisance, condemnation issue, which some municipalities will do. But if you're going to do that, you then own it.
But it is an alternative to interceding on insurance proceeds, right?
Well, but we're beyond, on 228 Willow, we're beyond that.
Can we remember one thing? We're entitled to get our money for providing sewer service, highways, all the other things government is not only allowed to do, but it's required to do. So this is all this is doing, is giving us the crack at the money before it gets into private hands so that we can be repaid for the services we provide. There's nothing.
The only question is there a less infringing way to do that? We have a method for the government to get the money, or the township to recoup its expenditures on behalf of the constituents. This to me seems to overstep, because we do have another means to accomplish the same thing.
The other means, though, requires significant legal actions.
And investment. I mean, you have to buy the property.
Yes, it does.
But this doesn't. This is much less.
The question is a slippery slope. So where do you go next, right?
Well, we're going to go there.
Okay. Well, Don, are you moving the adoption of this ordinance?
Yes, I moved the adoption and somebody seconded it.
It's already been done. Is there any further comment up here or from the audience? And I'm going to ask for the vote now. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. And it passes 6-1. All right, we're now with Commissioner Fisher, and we're going to talk about enterprise resource planning.
Okay. I will move ordinance 2015-19. No, I'm sorry, 2015-118. Resolution, thank you. I am not focused right now. This is authorizing the township manager to negotiate an agreement with Tyler Technologies for an enterprise resource planning ERP system as recommended by CARFAC and the township administration. I've gone through this in our packet. If you recall, we had set aside $1 million a few years ago from the $8 million settlement in order to cover the cost of implementing an ERP system. So the good news is it's somewhat budget neutral because we had already made this tough decision years ago. And I'm going to let Bill talk about this because he's put a very good, but in our packet is a very, very good synopsis of not only the subcommittee of CARFAC and their work on this, but also staff's analysis, and I appreciate that. Everything I was hoping to find was there in the decision-making process, so I appreciate that. So go ahead, Bill, with that.
Well, I'll second it before we do that, and also mention Jerry's here from CARFAC, and he was the lead on this, so he can also help.
Yeah, and Jim, if you could pull up my computer again, a good place to start is to thank the members of CARFAC who assisted us. We've been working on this recommendation, or getting us to this point for the last 2 years, ever since we identified the funds for the project. So if the board will permit me, I'll just step through a couple slides, kind of grabbing the high points from the summary that is in the packet and is on the website for anyone who did not read through it or for those who may just be watching. So the project mission, what we're hoping to accomplish, or what we will accomplish with this, is to utilize the latest in local government technology to modernize our business processes, enhance customer capability, streamline operations, and improve reporting and transparency. That really does capture the entire project in one sentence. We're looking internally at how we do business and looking to improve upon all aspects of our day-to-day transactions, reporting, and accounting. So what I'll hope to do here in the next couple minutes is provide an overview of the current problem, discuss how we got here, and then ultimately get to the recommendation that is in front of the board tonight on how to proceed with the solution. So the current problem is that each of the township's departments operates within its own system. For example, finance has a combination of the SunGuard, which is our general ledger. We supplement that with IntegraTax, which accounts for all the Act 511 or business taxes. And then any kind of special or ad hoc reporting has to be done through Excel, which requires data entry, constant updates and manipulation just to try to keep the information current. Then police, public works, ComDev all operate their own satellite systems, and they're all disconnected. A great example of how we operate today is a property database. The township does not have one database that has all the property information for every parcel in the township. ComDev has one that they use for the permitting side and the code side. Finance has one for the utility and tax side. And whenever something changes, it has to be changed in both places, which requires time and resources. So the immediate conclusion that we came to is that how we operate today moving forward is not an option. So status quo was not an option. Instead, what we're proposing is an ERP system that brings all of the township departments under one system, one database that pulls, that the backbone of which is the general ledger and a property database then that each department branches off of. So we've gotten to this point with Carfax partnership. We've been working, well, from the outset, the question that Carfax asked appropriately is the project important? Is it necessary? We wanted to first make sure that we had the answer to those questions before we proceeded at all. In doing so, we did a detailed business process review for every single department, every single cash receipt process, all of our tax, utility, and fee-based revenue, and as well as our internet-based transactions. We reviewed all of those processes step by step and identified the inefficiencies, the double or triple entry in some places. And we also took a look at, on the expense side, the bids and the purchase order process. So the answer to the questions was yes, this is important and is an important project. So then we transferred our efforts to how we should proceed. We did a comprehensive solution review. We researched the public sector technology. We surveyed surrounding communities. And then we took it a little bit deeper by doing on-site demonstrations from each of the 3 providers that were selected. We went department by department. All 3 providers spent a significant amount of time with each township department demonstrating their product, showing us improved business processes versus our current ones to ensure that if we were to move forward, that the efficiencies that we hope for would be gained. And then ultimately got to, or dug deeper to find out what additional functionality was out there, including a lot of the reporting, forecasting, as well as the audit comments surrounding the capital asset accounting, Act 511 business tax accounting, project accounting, and grant accounting, all of which right now are done through satellite systems or Excel. As I mentioned, this is something we've been working on for quite a while. It goes back to October of 2013. We've met with Carfax and the various firms doing on-site demonstrations, negotiations, and overall reviews to get us to where we are today. We narrowed the providers down to 3. SunGard Public Sector, which is our current provider. They've been servicing the township since approximately 1999. We've been on the version that we're operating off of today since 2006. So it's been 10 years since the township last upgraded or updated its financial accounting software. We also took a look at New World Systems Public Sector, as well as Tyler Technologies. All 3 companies, for the 2 years that we were working on this, are being used by either surrounding municipalities or have a significant share of the market. And we are also looking at the stability of the companies. Interestingly, in the last quarter, it was announced that SunGard, there was an acquisition of SunGard by FIS. I've not seen if that transaction has been completed, but there was a public notification that was, they were looking to move forward with that. And then at the same time, about a month later, we learned that Tyler Technologies was going to acquire New World. And that's another one that I believe has closed, although I did not receive official notification by tonight. So as of this point, it was proposed, but it may in fact be closed at this point. So even just aside from the actual solutions, Tyler came out on top just in terms of the long-term outlook of the organization itself. So the recommendation in front of the board tonight is that we proceed with Tyler. I've bulleted the reasons why, and it became very obvious to the staff during the demonstrations that Tyler was by far the best, not only from a price point, but also in terms of all the functionality that would be added. It satisfied the core scope and objectives, the primary being that we indeed have one system and we don't have to rely on third-party systems or bridges built between systems to allow them to communicate. It is all in one. They offer some of the added functionality, again, is the 24/7, 365 customer, vendor, and employee self-service portals so that residents can transact with the township at their convenience. Those transactions interact directly with the general ledger. The system is updated real time with the transaction, whereas right now, if you were to go online and pay for something, there is 2 or 3 steps that happen in the background to get that into the general ledger before it finally hits our financial statements. We have current GIS and Microsoft 365 programs that Tyler has full integration with. They have mobile applications that will allow those in the fields, including our codes inspectors and public works managers that are out in the field and aren't necessarily behind a computer, to be able to transact with the system real time and anywhere that they can get an internet connection. They do offer a cloud-based hosting service, which was important given the limited IT capabilities that we currently have, although we are recommending that we move forward with negotiating on both front. Either we host it or we look to their cloud-based solution. The other important aspect, or 2 others that I'll touch on, is their evergreen upgrade philosophies. Part of the problem that we have today, at least with our finance and payroll accounting, is that we're 10 years behind on updates. And that's just a product of the township not taking the time through the years to make those updates when they're available, for a multitude of reasons that I won't go into tonight. But at the end of the day, we are where we're at. With the evergreen upgrade philosophy, Tyler mandates that their customers are never more than 2 releases behind their most current. So the township won't find themselves in 10 years behind on upgrades. They'll be operating off of the most current version of the system. And the costs associated with those upgrades, at least the licensing costs, are built into the annual maintenance fee that they require you to pay. The only cost that would be in addition for those upgrades would be any kind of professional services, either through training or data conversions or the like. The other aspect of Tyler that separated them from the group was their approach to the implementation, and the fact that the project would be led on their side by a PMI certified professional, or Project Management Institute, focusing on the change management aspects and understanding what the actual implementation will mean administratively. So what we ultimately got down to in making the recommendations, we evaluated each of the 3 businesses' strengths, weaknesses, and it became clear again as we started bullet pointing these aspects of each of the firms that Tyler was indeed the best firm to proceed with. So as we take a quick look at the cost, first we wanted to make sure that the initial year 1 cost, or the implementation cost, were within the budget that had been allocated by the board. All 3 of them did, although you could see that New World was really close to the mark. Tyler is roughly between 500 to 700,000. Most of these costs, at least with Tyler and New World, are for the new licensing, the data conversion, and the training. Also built into the cost for Tyler and New World is the fact that during the implementation, we will continue to operate off of our current system, so we'll have those ongoing costs for the implementation period as well. The reason why SunGuard is so much lower in year 1 or during the implementation is that a lot of for the general ledger, the payroll, and the billing side, any upgrade in those features or upgrade in those modules are built into our annual maintenance. So we'd only be paying for the new modules that we would add on. Then the average annual cost moving forward, as you can see, that it's obviously significantly lower than the implementation time period, and we'll be around $100,000 per year. Currently, we're paying roughly $65,000 per year for the SunGuard. The added cost is for the updated technology, the evergreen philosophy, and the added functionality. And as I mentioned earlier, part of what we would negotiate is, part of what we would determine in negotiations is which way was the best way to go in terms of hosting the data here on site, or if we ask the provider to host the data via the cloud. So a quick comparison on the timeline for the implementation. Tyler was by far the longest in terms of what they were proposing, but after discussions with CARFAC and the staff, that seems like the most realistic timetable, in that there are limited resources within each of the departments to take care of the day-to-day operations, and then on top of that, do the various tasks that will be asked of them for the implementation. So when we take a closer look at the Tyler implementation, it's a phased approach with each of the phases overlapping. So it's there's a lot of ground to cover, and that's why they're proposing roughly a 31-month implementation time period. That going into it, we are assuming as though that's closer to worst case, long case scenario. There, in all likelihood, there'll be opportunities throughout the implementation to shorten that if we can stack those phases on top of each other more. A lot of that will depend on the condition that the data is in now and resources administratively to free people up to keep the implementation moving forward. So in terms of how we'll approach the implementation, if we get to that point, is Melissa Kahn would serve as the project manager administratively. She'd be the liaison between the township and the provider, as well as all the different departments. I would serve as the executive sponsor. We would ask that CARFAC continue to partner with us throughout the entire implementation. I think it goes without saying, but the expertise and the objective perspective that they bring is critical and has added such a great benefit to getting us to where we are today that having them on board moving forward is really the only way to make that it makes sense. Then we would ask each of the departments to identify folks within their departments that would lead on their various aspects. The implementation itself would be a 5-phase. Again, so this speaks to why it takes so long, is that there's a great deal of time at the outset establishing the partnership, identifying exactly what the goals are, who the folks are that are going to be working on the various aspects, and setting the table for the rest of the implementation, which goes through the various phases and concludes with building the partnership for the long term. This is obviously something that is a long-term relationship. This is something that the township would be entering into with somebody that we feel that we can work with for a very long time. So the implementation is critical to making sure that those partnerships are built and that the infrastructure is established to allow us to get to where we want to be. So the next steps, procedurally tonight is the resolution in front of the board asking for authorization to negotiate an agreement. Once the administration and CARFAC have an agreement that we support, we would bring that back in front of the board for ultimate adoption. Upon that adoption, we would immediately begin the implementation. Some additional steps or recommendations to ensure this success is that given this would basically be Melissa's full-time job here for during the implementation period, so we would want to backfill her duties, most of which are regulatory. She's the right-to-know officer, so she's the one filling the right-to-know requests. She's also the bid coordinator and is doing all of the diligence and requirements on each of the township's bids. She also does all the grant requirements and obligation or requirements that the township has for each of its grants, which we anticipate that actually being a growing responsibility given some of the projects that are included in the trail and park projects moving forward. Another recommendation, and this actually came from CARFAC, was to engage specialized legal representation. We reached out to Grimbean and Thatcher. They have someone on staff that has negotiated these kind of agreements before. We would look to ask for their help to make sure that there is specialized, someone who's looking at the agreement from their specialized perspective to make sure nothing is missed. And that this project will have administrative priority over other projects, in that departments are held to meet all the deadlines that are asked of them through the implementation. So with that, that's the project. This is something that we're really excited about. I know each of the departments have expressed their excitement. They share the same frustrations in how we currently transact our day-to-day operations. And then finally, one more thank you to the Carfax folks that have been so critical to get us to where we are and their help moving forward. I didn't put it in terms of hours. I thought about trying to do that, but I started looking at all the meetings we had, and it's a lot. And those folks are coming in here on their nights to provide us with guidance and meeting with these firms, so they deserve a big thank you as well.
Thank you, Bill. I would like to call out the names of the Carfax members so that we can really understand who they are. We keep using the term Carfax, they're real people. So it's the Citizens Audit Review and Financial Advisory Committee. The current members are Jerry Linden, who is here with us tonight, Mark Blair, Mike Antonopoulos, Carl Rosenfeld, Jeff Rubin, Marty Dwyer, and Ed Kane. And recently resigned members, or retired members, I should say, who worked on not this project necessarily, but on pension and other post-employment benefits projects, are Carl Bupp, Laurent Chardonnay, Lee Garmon, Joe Ellis, Jim Bose, Martin Heldring, and Peter Novak. So those are the people. Thank you.
So can you talk a little bit about the difference between going with cloud and in-house on-site, and whether we're leaning one way or another, or what the difference is really?
Well, I'll start with saying we're not leaning one way or another.
Okay.
We want to go into negotiations with an open mind. In terms of what it means operationally is if we were to host the data here, it would require significant infrastructure upgrades in terms of servers and expansions to the room in which the servers are housed, not only for rack space, but climate control.
Mm-hmm.
And then either through a contract or through additional personnel, having somebody or a firm actually going into the servers on a regular basis to scrub them, make sure that the data is where it needs to be, the servers are operating properly, and dealing with any kind of issues with the servers moving forward, including backups. Cloud-based would be that the data is housed somewhere on a mysterious cloud floating around. I mean, that obviously is not true, but it would be on the cloud, hosted by, in Tyler's case, they have a warehouse where the servers are housed, so there would be an internet connection between the two.
Tyler runs their storage, or do they contract it out?
They have they operate their own facility with their own servers. That's part of what we want to talk to them about, is to make sure that we understand exactly what that means and what options may be available to us to come up with something different, where maybe we find a third-party housing firm that could do it cheaper. We just don't know. That's something we have to talk to them about.
Are there other questions?
Bill, you talked about what it does. What's the return? How is it going to benefit us? Is it going to save us money in something? Is it going to make you do something faster? What's the return?
Yeah, the return is, I jump back to the mission. I mean, really the root of what we're getting at is more efficient processing. So every transaction happens quicker, hits the general ledger faster, with less people touching it along the way. So what that means over time is opportunities for efficiencies within departments, both how we do our own, like finance related versus community development related, how we each do our own transacting, as well as how interdepartmental transactions occur, which right now take people. Perhaps the system will do that moving forward.
And Is this something that's moved into government, or is it mostly something that's in industry, this type of operation? Do we have peers that are doing this in government?
Yes, yes.
Can you tell me how to elaborate?
Well, one of the attachments to the summary was a survey of surrounding communities and the solutions that they're on. I'll talk briefly about Whitpain Township, only because they're operating off of Tyler, and we actually went and visited them. We are not venturing into uncharted territory. When you look at the client base of Tyler, actually all three of the vendors that we looked at, there's municipalities, tens of thousands across the country that are already doing exactly what we are proposing to do.
Very good, thank you.
And Bill, it looks like the cloud-based is more expensive at the end of the day, right?
Well, based on the initial discussions we've had, that's the numbers that they have proposed. That's part of what we want to go back and negotiate.
Okay. Is that security? And are you satisfied with what they have for security if you're going to go that route? Have they had any big issues out there? I haven't heard of anything.
We haven't heard anything either, but I'll stop short of saying we're satisfied. We just really haven't dug deep enough yet to say that.
Thanks.
Bill, what's not clear to me is, so when comparing cloud to doing in-house, have we captured the true cost of doing in-house, including the upgrades that we need, including the DBA that we need, including the expertise that we need? Is that captured yet?
Not yet, not comprehensively, because again, we're not entirely sure at this point exactly what types of servers, how many, and the daily maintenance that would be required for them. We're still unsure about that. Those are things that'll be answered while we negotiate.
The other question I had, obviously with the Microsoft products all going 365, I think it's called. It's all cloud-based now, and it's perpetual licensing. It would seem to me that we're at a crossroad. I mean, the industry is at a crossroad, but a lot of businesses are too. The old school of thinking was, have a IT professional on staff to not only maintain all the computers, desktops, laptops, also have them take care of the server. But it seems to me that if we make this move, if we were to go cloud, I mean, obviously we have servers in-house that we'd maintain for a while, but at some point, do you foresee us getting away from having the hardware on site and actually having remote hosted systems, or is this still a big question?
I think that's still a question we need to answer. And again, that's why we're leaving it open, so that we can have a negotiation with the firm one way or another. For the benefit, I think the board understands, but for the benefit of anyone who's listening, our IT staff consists of one full-time person that does all of the server work and help desk items, and then Jim Doling, who operates all of our public meetings, assists with the website and a lot of the communication type stuff. So for the sake of our IT person, Bob Hale, for his sanity, he's leaning towards the cloud base, but that's something, like I said, it's just not something we have a full grasp of at this moment. That's what we need to vet out.
Okay, understood. And that's a question that a lot of businesses have still to this day. Because, owning your own equipment seems like it might be cheaper, but when you add in the true cost of upgrades, maintenance, and all that, and expertise, it really gets very costly.
Well, the other aspects that we have to consider too is disaster recovery, backups, and those types of things that if anything were ever happen to our data here on site, where does that leave us versus the redundancy that exists out. Somebody who does this, that's their business, is hosting data. They have those capabilities built in versus us paying to build those in.
Right. Just one or two other questions. I assume it looked like the Gantt chart showed about 12 months to go live 12 months of implementation to go live just on the accounting. I would assume you're hoping that if you were to roll this out, that you would go live January 1st. Rather than trying to bridge running an old accounting system and switching mid-year. Has there been a lot of discussion and talk about that?
We've had some high-level discussions about that. January 1st makes the most sense since it's the start of our calendar year, and we operate on a calendar year, so that lines up. What I think we'll focus on when we get into more detail is maybe times of the year that are best for the departments. So if there are times where things are a little bit slower, obviously finance, for example, we don't want to be in the middle of an implementation for the first 5-6 months of the year, because that's when we're doing most of our transacting. And the other departments have other peak seasons. So that's something that we have to figure out what's going to work best. But we didn't really want to get into that level of detail until we had a contract and we knew that it was worth it.
Okay, that's all I have. Very good, though, and it looks like you guys really have a good plan in place to navigate this change, so thank you.
Bill, does an integrated system such as this increase our confidence of no foul play? I'm thinking 6, 7, 8 years ago when we had the difficulties, things could be slipped through because of multiple entry. And
I think the solution to that deals more with the internal controls that we've implemented over the last few years. Regardless of the types of systems you're running on, if you have the right internal controls, you can catch most of that. So the system by itself doesn't solve it. It's the internal controls plus the system that take care of those items.
Well, you know what, I wanted to mention one thing that wasn't emphasized, that this system has not only the back end for administration, for staff, but it also has the front end for e-commerce, e-gov. And this is something that I complained about quite a bit, and I think we all feel that we want this, but this looks like an opportunity to enhance the e-gov that we already have some, but this would really open the doors for that.
Absolutely.
And that goes to the question that Commissioner Curley had was, what's the win? And one of the wins you have on these systems is that you're building, you're improving the transaction, you're reducing transaction costs for the resident, and you're also reducing the internal transaction costs because it's direct entry into the system. There's no one receiving a faxed over order to put their kid in camp. They literally can just the residents can go online and register their kid for camp, and then it automatically shows up in the ledger system. So that's really a huge win, and that's where everyone wants to be, to have a unified system. So I'm in favor of this, have been, and we didn't talk about budgeting, the budget process and how this might help you with that, but we can talk about it later.
Yeah, we can go into more detail about that.
There's a huge improvement there.
It has the functionality that we're looking for. Actually, all three of them, to certain degrees, had it. Going back to the e-commerce, one of the benefits of what Tyler is proposing is, as a resident, I would have an account under my property, and it goes back to that centralized property database. So I can, through a ID, log in, I can not only see my tax bill, I could see my sewer bill, I could see my stormwater, I could see permits, I can see other aspects, I could see work orders that I submitted for the pothole in front of my house or for a street sign that's hanging upside down or something like that. So it's my account, and it deals with everything that I would need the township for, all in one place.
Okay. Is there any other?
Yeah. So Bill, I was showing, from what I can see, it's 32 months implementation. You're talking about 12 months just for the finance portion, you mean?
Yeah, for just the finance and the general ledger, the back-end accounting, they're proposing 12 months. So 32 for all of the different pieces.
So, but that's what we're talking about, 32, or are we just talking about?
Yeah, from from soup to nuts, 32 months until we are fully, we're live on all the different modules that we're looking to implement.
And I'm looking at the cost projections. The SunGuard is got about a $1.3 million 10-year cost and a 1-year cost of about $300,000 versus the higher. I mean, you showed the charts. You're not going with the lowest. You're going with a much higher product here, 1.9 million on the cloud or 1.1 million. And I think John's right. You haven't captured the cost of having an in-house implementation, but still, notwithstanding, you're going with a. Why wouldn't you take the lower priced one?
Yeah, there's a few issues, and I don't want to beat up on SunGuard too much. I'll start with there's not a whole lot of confidence in the long-term aspect of their product. They were just acquired by a private sector financial information system company, which leaves the entire public sector business somewhat in flux. And again, we're looking at a long-term relationship. From day-to-day operations, I'm trying to be polite. We get terrible customer support. I can't be polite. When we submit requests for problems, it's days before we get a callback. Sometimes it requires us to reach out several times. That in and of itself was a reason to not consider moving forward with them. And then when you get drilled down into the functionality of what we're looking to do, the SunGuard product just simply is not what we're looking to do to capture the efficiencies that we're looking for. It is basically our current processes with some minor improvements instead of being able to redo all of the processes in a more efficient manner.
So Bill, over the last 2 years, I've spent with my companies working on. We've implemented SAP end to end. We've also implemented a system called Right Angle, and another one, PDI, for our multiple companies, and are working on a new GL APAR platform. And this is for 20 billion, multi tens of billion dollar companies that we're doing this. And it's a huge, huge undertaking. And I know exactly what you're talking about here, because everyone, so you need to have your PM. Generally, you have a third-party consultant who's an accounting firm. You have your IT group, third-party IT consulting that work with you and the folks. And then you also have all of the people that are part of the business of the operations. And all of them will need to review, spec, work with, and test every aspect of it. So your overlaps, I think you're unrealistic. On your overlaps, your 32 months, I think, is going to be pushed out, because you can't have those, your overlapping segments. When you get more than two, you're going to end up drawing too much of your time. Plus, you're going to come up on year end. You're going to come up with taxes due. You're going to be in summer. And so I've seen all of these things work through. Also, there'll be a lot of unforeseens, and there'll be a lot of testing that no one will know why it's not working. And so it'll take a team of people hours just to figure out one element of it. And that slows things up. But all in all, I think we need to do it. But Don hit on it. It can't just be a cost center, right? In other words, you're very vague on those efficiencies. It's got to be about the efficiencies from a technical standpoint, so you don't have as many people maintaining your hardware and software. And also from a process standpoint, so that we minimize and we're able to affect a positive change. And I think the goal would be to reduce FTEs, right? In other words, 125 FTEs is what we'll talk about. That's what we have in our plan. And the goal of this is not just to get everybody to go home earlier. right? Now, if that's your goal, I don't think I'm going to vote for this. Okay, so the 120, and Bob loves this because I do this like every meeting. I harp on this stuff, don't I? So I hope that people at home understand. 125 FTEs. The goal of this is to get that efficiency so that we don't need 125. What's the number we have to determine? So it's not just you're not just a cost center. This is got to be. You need a balance sheet. So we spend the money, $1 million up front, plus, and we need to get the back end output from it in order for it to be supported, honestly. And also, I know SunGard. SunGard, as you pointed out, is a 30-year company, and I don't think you should discard it just because somebody's been acquired, right? That they're going to be going away. It's a $600,000 difference, and it's over 10 years, and it's a $400,000 difference in the first year, give or take 4 or 3. That's a big number. It's 400. I mean, that's almost what our tax increase you're talking about. So, I'm not supportive of going through with Tyler. They might be better, or you might like them better, but I'm sure you can get the same thing out of SunGard. And as far as the customer service, I don't know. I'll take your word for it. But like anything, you just have to work with those vendors and demand the better quality. So again, for today, though, I mean, so if you're having trouble with guys being responsive, then you have to go to their boss and light them up. Hey, these guys are not getting it done. They are not responsive. And then on our side, too, we need to give them everything, all the right information. A lot of times when people aren't responsive, somebody sends some vague email and nobody understands even what they said. Lo and behold, they didn't understand what you meant. So we have to be precise in what our requests are as well. But with this, we're talking about $1 million we've allocated. So what is this resolution doing again? I guess, is it authorizing the 10-year expenditure? It's just a go forward, just the implementation for year 1? Walk me through what it's doing here.
Yeah, so tonight is, it's not spending a cent. It's basically giving us direction to go and negotiate a contract that we would bring back. At that point, whatever contract we bring back would be the one that would authorize the actual expenditure of money. And all of the other points you raised are part of what we're looking at. One thing we know for sure during the implementation is that we're going to need all the resources that we have for all the reasons that you pointed out with the disruption to service or disruption to the day-to-day activities. So we need, there's an excitement from the departments. They're on board with this, and we're hoping to maintain that throughout the project. Yeah.
When they realize how much work this is, right? Because it ends up being, they will need to understand all their old data, where it all comes from, how it's going to work in the new system, how it will interface, and they have to test it all. And every scenario, and do their current job flawlessly like they always have.
Yeah, and so, I'm not being naive in assuming that it's all going to be, sunshine and roses. But at the same time, we need everyone to be on board with it. So up to this point, we've been generating excitement with the project. When we come back with the agreement, we'll have a lot of those issues about the return and the long-term prospects of the cost. We'll have those better identified.
Well, why can't we negotiate simultaneously, at least go try to get 2 contracts? Again, I'm not going to be supportive with just going with Tyler. Look, SunGard is much cheaper, and SunGard is a good company. You got to go with the lower cost.
Yeah, well, respectively, okay, sometimes that's exactly what you get with lower cost.
Let's try to. Can I just interject here? First of all, we're going to when we vote on this, we're going to give the authority to the manager to negotiate. And quite frankly, I think we're getting into the weeds here. But let me just say something about SunGard. In 2005, 7 private equity firms purchased SunGard. And their intent was not to make the company a better company. Their intent was to eke out as much profit as they could. And that's exactly what just happened. Okay? They were just
you can't say that. You can't say that. And I know the guy who did the deal. My neighbor across the street was for SunGard.
But here's the thing. Let me just say,
they weren't trying to make it.
But I think staff has made a really good determination here, and I'll tell you why. Fidelity National Information Services purchased SunGard, and they are a banking finance industry software firm, and they don't have a big interest in the public sector ERP area. And my concern is probably exactly what staff's concern is that their heart hasn't been in it, and their heart will not be in it going forward. And that's why we're not getting the service we need. So quite frankly, to go with a firm that provides what appears to be, based on everything I've read, and I did read everything that Bill put in the packet, that the new product that's being offered and that we're going to negotiate around seems to be a more modern, up-to-date product that many, many municipalities and governments are adopting. And it seems to not only inherently have the features that we need, but it's very forward-looking. SunGard is not right now. They may improve things, but I had firsthand experience on SunGard with staff here. I actually got a chance to see the system, and I was quite frankly shocked that we were running a system at the time, this was 6 or 7 years ago, that just seems so old and antiquated, and that's my opinion. It's not, I'm not giving a professional opinion, I'm giving a commissioner opinion that we need to move on. We need to move on, and we need to move on in a way that will really, and you're talking about head counts and things, ultimately what we're talking about is greatly improving the contact with residents, giving them the power to pay their bills, their tax bills, and to have accounts. We don't have any of that right now. Okay, we don't have that.
I don't think the residents are clamoring for a more easy way to pay their bills.
I would love to have a portal where I could log in and pay my sewer rent, my real estate tax bill, and also hopefully pay for additional things like bulk pickup, put my kid in, my family members into a ski event. The point is we can have a portal with this system, but quite frankly, I think if you take a few hours, come into the Township building, check out the SunGard system that we have now, and I think you're familiar with SAP, you will quickly realize that this needs to happen. This system needs to happen. Ever since Bill got here, I realized this system needed to happen 8 years ago, and we just didn't have the money. And luckily, we set the money aside, and now it's going to happen. So I think this is a really good move for the Township. I'm not going to be here as a commissioner, but maybe I'll get involved in the implementation and help out.
But we haven't set the money aside. We've set aside $1 million. We know that this will be $2 million or more.
But we had ongoing. Hold on, wait. Are you ignoring the fact that in our budget every year we've had money set aside for the SunGard licensing and application implementation?
Again, you're ignoring the fact that it's a hugely more expensive system. Also, I would say
there's a capital outlay up front, but that would be the case if we went to SunGard today.
Well, no, the capital and the ongoing is also. So also, we talked about the in-house. John's point is again is well taken. I don't think all the costs are in there.
Annual cost.
Almost nobody today is going with the server-based system. Everybody seems to be using the cloud. I guess if you have concerns about government security, maybe that would be the only reason if you had security issues. But nonetheless, you have to compare apples to apples, and I'll bet you that.
I'd like to ask Mr. Linden if he has anything he'd like to interject at this point. If not, I'll just continue to go down the row here. Let's remember now, we have just about 92 minutes or 93 minutes before we must adjourn, and we still have our budget hearing, our budget meeting to go into. So I'd like to make sure we
this is part of the budget.
Are mindful of this, and let's move ahead.
I just have one quick comment, and that is that sometimes it's very unwise to go with the lowest bidder just because it's cheaper. And we are living through the poster child of an example of that with the Willows Bridge, which we went with the cheapest bidder, and it's now been a year of
What world are we living in here? This is the government. We go with the lowest responsible bidder.
That's all I have.
This is the lower bidder. I mean, To hear my fellow commissioners say, "Oh, well, we should spend more for the sake of it," that doesn't make any sense. Who elected you guys? Honestly, I can't. I'm shocked.
Don, do you have anything you want to
Nothing more.
contribute? And
Quick question?
Sure.
I'm looking in the proposed budget. I just want to understand this moving forward. In the proposed budget for contractual services under IT, I'm seeing 87,055, 78, 107, and then proposed 80,000 for 2015 and 80,000 for 2016. So is this move going to move that up to 220,000? Is that what that number is going to become? Just to understand it.
Yeah, the cost for the SunGuard, the 65,000 actually is charged to the finance department. So it's under finance contracted services. And for 2016, there won't be any impact. Even there's no scenario where there will be an impact to the general fund in 2016. Even if we had this all ready to go on January 1, which we won't. The time to, as we talked about, the implementation time is the better part of 2 years. So it'd be in 2018 or 19, we would see that bump up in the contractual services for the software support. And that's, I mean, and these prices are, initial out-of-the-box proposals from the companies. That's part of why we want to go back and negotiate.
Thanks.
Thank you. John Nagel, okay. I think we're all finished up here. Is there anybody in the audience that wants to say anything? All right. And then I think what we have a motion with a second. I think we had that, didn't we? Okay. All right. Let's.
Do we have that, Jen?
I moved it initially, and I think there was a second.
Or let's move it again and second it again.
I'll move Resolution 2015-118, authorizing the manager to negotiate an agreement with Tyler Technologies for enterprise resource planning software solution as recommended by the Carfax and Township Administration.
And I second it.
All right.
I would move to amend, adding provision that we negotiate so we can see for comparison a SunGuard contract similarly, so we can come back with 2 contracts and we can see the cost.
I think we have some public.
Just SunGuard and not the third?
He has to have a second to go with that.
Not the third, because that's even more expensive, just the 2 low.
Okay, so Tyler and SunGuard. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay. Mr. Lynn?
Yep,
you're all set.
on? Okay. Just 2 quick comments. First, I think there's some misunderstanding about the costs. So I know you're focusing on the $300,000 with the 1-year cost for SunGuard. If you look at the chart on the right, it's not coming out as dramatically, but actually the 10-year cost for SunGuard in-house is actually more expensive than the 10-year cost for Tyler.
Well, that's not what we show here on the chart.
All right, on the right-hand chart, the left-hand.
I have it right here. Tyler 10-year cost in-house is $1 million. Oh, okay, all right, I say.
Yeah. So
1.1. But again, John's point is, it's still rough. We don't have the true cost, and it's within the same realm. No, this in-house is on top, cloud is below. Cloud costs more.
Rather than showing the 10-year cost in this chart, we're showing it, as the average annual cost. But so the $300,000 is way off. That's just for year 1. The 10-year cost of Tyler is actually lower than the 10-year cost of Munis in-house. On the cloud-based approach, Munis is slightly higher, and that's part of what we want to go through with negotiation to understand that, to understand exactly what they're providing, what those costs will be, what it would cost the township to provide those services, and understand that. But just to set the record straight, on the in-house option, Tyler's actually cheaper. The other point is that some of the discussion about what's the cost benefit of that, I think one thing that didn't come out, I know we highlighted the benefit of having an integrated system, but I think what may have gotten missed is that Bill mentioned status quo is not an option. The township needs to undertake a project regardless. The current system is operating on borrowed time. It's amazing it's gone this long. There needs to be an upgrade project on the current system. So that needs to be undertaken. The question is, does it pay to, it's going to be a significant expense. Does it pay to do it with the incumbent software? Or if that has to take place, does it make more sense to do it on a new piece of software? As just an example, the current system that the township's running, you cannot download information into spreadsheets from the system. The newer version of SunGuard would allow you to do that, but again, there's a significant project, a substantial part of what it would take to move to a new vendor to do that with the existing vendor. So we did take a look at the scenario of talking to both vendors simultaneously. We didn't necessarily rule out any vendor at this point, but one seems to be the better choice, and the thought is to negotiate with that vendor, but not at this. And then if those negotiations do not get us to where we want to be, then we can fall back to SunGuard or any other vendor. But at this point, the recommendation of the group was to proceed in terms of negotiation, not awarding the contract or anything like that, but just to negotiate with this one vendor, understand the in-house or the cloud-based options, and see if that's a viable project to go forward with. The fallback would then, if that did not do what we wanted, then to look at other vendors.
Understood. Why are you leaning towards in-house versus cloud-based? I haven't heard of anybody going towards in-house maintenance, and for a couple of reasons. One is what Bill talked about. If the building goes down for whatever reason, which it went down a few weeks ago, you will lose your entire system.
Right.
It's much easier to have backup and to get back online with a cloud-based system. And in addition, you don't have as much typically in-house IT support, and the costs are lower with the cloud. So why are we focusing on the in-house? Is there something in particular you're talking about,
Yeah.
or you're saying we don't know which one we're going to do?
Well, right, and basically the biggest thing is cost. Understanding exactly what functions the township needs to do in each scenario, what functions the vendor will do, and what the costs are.
Right. So in light of that, then, because there is this unknown, wouldn't it make sense to use the leverage of two competing and get some competition rather than just saying, we're going to identify Tyler and negotiate with them? I think you're going to get a better result if you leave open the possibility. We're going to talk to SunGuard, we're going to talk to Tyler, we're going to narrow it down to these two, we're going to figure out which is the best, both overall cost initially as well as for in-house or a cloud-based solution.
Right. I believe we've left that option open. We've left that leverage open. That was exactly the strategy.
Well, it wouldn't, because we'll preclude that option by saying Tyler will be who we negotiate with, and that's the way the resolution's written, unless my amendment is accepted.
First we'll negotiate with them.
If it doesn't work out, then we have the SunGuard option.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Exactly.
It's 32 months.
Okay.
There's no reason that you can't do this concurrently, and the reason you would do it concurrently is to have that leverage.
Okay. Is there a second to Mr. Booker's motion?
Yeah, it was seconded.
All right. And is there any more comment?
I mean, is there a harm to Rich's motion? Bill, do you think it harms the process?
No, it just significantly slows it down for something that we've already vetted out with CARFAC and through our administrative process. I mean, we've done.
You don't know whether you're going to have
with all three of them.
But you just said we don't know whether we're going to have cloud-based or an in-house-based system.
Bill,
so
can you put...
Yeah, well, we haven't determined all of the different nuances to steer us one way or another, but in terms of pricing, that's what we've gathered. We've sat down, we've negotiated, we've got line item pricing for the entire system for all three vendors.
All right, Bill, I'd
like to call the vote.
Hold on. Point of order.
Not hold on.
Point of order.
You're
Look,
wasting our time.
I'm not wasting the time. Point of order. Look, cloud-based cost more with Tyler. Cloud-based and in-house on the left-hand
And
chart
when we
cost
negotiate
more.
with them, then perhaps it won't.
So why?
So you don't know that.
Why are we precluding a lower-cost alternative? And when we haven't even determined, if we're going to go.
Told us what the problems are with it, Rich.
Rich, I thought it was made clear that SunGuard is
No,
not.
what's clear is that neither of you give a crap about what we spend.
Yeah.
You don't. John, you don't.
BS. You have
You
no
don't
idea what
because
you're
leaving
saying,
the board.
Guys, hold on. Let's stick to the. Can we just
Go ahead.
stick
Let's
to
hear an outburst. Go ahead, John.
No,
Go ahead.
no, stop. Don't-
Go ahead. Why don't you curse?
Stop.
Why don't
Rich,
you, why don't
Rich.
You, why don't you threaten
I
somebody?
think what was made clear, we had some clarity brought to this.
Walk away. That's a
that
good idea.
the year-to-year cost, 10-year cost of keeping SunGuard is higher than switching.
Not if it's cloud-based.
That's, just hold on. The other thing that was made clear is that the existing SunGuard system, if we were to keep the system, would need a significant upgrade, and that upgrade would be just as disruptive and would have just as much long-term
You're
cost.
grasping. All we
I'm
need to
not
do is
grasping.
get the data.
The third thing-
And you're gravitating towards the high-cost solution.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
The third thing, we don't even know the true cost yet. The third thing I want to emphasize is that we don't actually have competitive pricing on third-party cloud solutions. We could easily go to a cloud-based server system for this township. We could get the hardware out of this building, not a question. We could go to a redundant, cloud-based, geographically disparate system that would be completely redundant, would give us everything we need, and it would cost about the same or maybe even a little bit less than what we currently spend. But there are a lot of benefits to having hardware here too. So we're not just hosting this system, we're hosting other things here. So I believe our email may still be in-house, and then there's other systems they use. So anyway, the point is, all we're asking to do is move ahead and negotiate. We just want to negotiate.
I think we're
Okay,
ready to vote, Jim.
I'm done talking. I apologize.
Yeah, thank you. No, thank you. Luke, do you have anything you want to put in? Okay.
No.
And, all right, then we have a motion on the floor to,
Amendment is on the floor in second.
well, yeah, we have a motion to table with a second, and that would be for,
It was not the table. The motion was not the table. The
sorry,
motion
I'm
was
sorry.
to negotiate
Yes.
simultaneously.
You're right.
And thereby obtain the maximum negotiating leverage with both
Okay.
potential providers.
negotiate simultaneously or in parallel with SunGuard and with Tyler. And that's been seconded. And I'll call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No.
Wait a minute, let's try that again. Let's raise hands. All those in favor of the parallel negotiation process say aye.
Aye.
I've got 2 there. All those opposed say nay. Nay. And I've got 5 there. So the motion fails 2-5. Now let's vote on the underlying motion, which is 2015-118, which would authorize the township manager to negotiate an agreement with Tyler Technologies for an enterprise resource planning software solution as recommended by Carfax and the Township Administration. And I'm going to call for the vote on that. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Nay. And that passes 6-1. Now let's move ahead to the budget. Again, we have Commissioner Fisher in charge.
Okay,
of that.
I will move ordinance 2015-20. This is the introduction for the adoption of the final comprehensive budget for 2016. This is version 2, which includes appropriations for 2016, the 5-year capital plan, and the 5-year forecast, and establishing the real estate tax and sanitary sewer rates for 2016. Let me just, excuse me one second here, and I apologize because I should have had this open when I started. And this would be setting the tax millage rate for 2016 at 3.9228 mils, and would also establish the sewer rent fee at $5.90 per 1,000 gallons of water.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded, and I think we want to have a discussion, and I want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to discuss fully this budget motion, because it's very, very important to the future of the township, whether we pass it or if we don't pass it. So, but I would like to make sure each commissioner tries to keep his or her comments succinct so that we don't push up against our deadline tonight. So I'll start with Commissioner Clark.
Can you come back to me, Commissioner Higgins?
I'll be glad to come back. Commissioner Nagel.
Do we want to discuss now the fire company?
I'm very happy to do that. I've got some ideas on that.
I didn't hear what he said.
Do we want to now make a little departure and discuss the fire companies?
Because it's going to be
dilemma?
part of the budget.
So can we just clarify, the budget, the version 2 budget as is presented has incorporated all of the modifications that we discussed except for the fire department request?
Yes, that is
Yes.
correct.
Okay, so that is the only outstanding item that we would have to add in tonight.
That we've talked about at prior hearings.
Okay, so given that we have this one thing that's not addressed in what we've been given, I think that's a smart way to approach it. Get that issue off the table and then discuss the budget with that incorporated or without that incorporated.
Mr. President, if I may?
Yes.
If I can suggest something, I know we've got the public safety introductions of the various items that follow this. If the board would consider maybe addressing those, I know there's stop signs, no parking signs, rescinding an ordinance regarding 2-hour parking. If the board may want to talk about those, I don't think there's anything controversial, and in this way, the budget's the only thing you have to take up to the end.
I think that makes sense. I think that's prudent there. And my review is they're all administrative and relatively straightforward.
Okay, I'm fine with that also.
I would say just proceed on. You can cut it off at 11 o'clock.
Okay.
Or move it to the next meeting. What's the difference?
Well, I'll entertain a motion now at this point to suspend action on the budget and move ahead to public safety. Is there?
So moved.
And is there a
Yep,
second?
I'll second that.
All right, and so do you want to say anything more, Rich?
Jim, what you need to do is you call a special meeting on the 23rd of Thanksgiving week. You ought to have a light schedule. Way too much stuff in it. And whoever set it up, you guys need to be a little bit more cognizant of it, because then you always want to just curtail it and rush through things. So just make it a little bit less. We don't need to do these things. That's my comment.
As I do not have a habit or practice of intervening in Bob Zinkowski.
We've had
Jim,
3
let's not
weeks.
worry about
3
that.
weeks in a row we had meetings.
Keep going.
3 weeks in a row we had
Can we
meetings.
just call the vote on that?
Okay.
And public.
So the motion is to suspend discussion on the budget and move ahead to public safety. It's been seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. And it passes 7-0.
Okay, I'd like to introduce ordinance 2015-21, amending Chapter 262 towing ordinance to increase the hooking fee, increase the maximum cost of towing, flat fee per hour, and several other items.
Second.
Right, Commissioner comment? I just have one. What is this? Does anybody know what the cleanup is?
Jim, the one item that you had emailed me about, under Section 1, Paragraph 1, the language in the third line where it says, as amended by separate resolution of the Board of Commissioners, that should be out of there.
Yeah, okay.
That stayed in a prior
That's good.
draft, so that gets,
Okay.
that should not be in there. That's appropriate later in the ordinance. So that, in the third line, that gets deleted out of here.
Okay.
So what is the purpose of this? Is this a revenue raising? Is this a cost covering? What's this doing?
You want to get it, John? Or you want me to?
Well, go ahead.
Commissioners, the last time this was updated was in 2005, so it's 10 years old and it's in dire need of updating. Also, what we did increase the fees in some of the areas. I can go down the list and explain the reasons. And we also added an administrative fee for reasons that I could explain as well, if you'd like.
I just had one question. In Section 2A, what is the cleanup all about? What's the cleanup fee?
The cleanup fee is if the vehicle is leaking or it was an accident that was caused by the driver and it causes debris on the highway, then that person should be responsible for that fee. It's usually paid by the insurance company of the driver if they have insurance.
And that's enough money for it? 25?
Well, it depends on the pounds of the vehicle, too. You could see the next paragraph.
Yeah.
The larger the vehicle, the more the cleanup fee is.
Okay. That's all I had. Does any other commissioner have any comments?
The only comment is, we hear more and more from the constituents that they feel that our fees, expenses are becoming more and more unreasonable, and that the small town feel has gone away and that we're aggressively enforcing these types of fees. It's not making us any friends with the constituents. I recognize, so that's why I asked, if we're covering costs, if costs are such that we're covering them, I guess that's one thing, but if it's a revenue raiser, then it should be avoided. So that's my question.
As I understand the law on this, we are not allowed to charge any more than our costs. That was decided by our Supreme Court 2 decades ago.
Well, any municipal fees have to be based on your costs. And the fees, as Superintendent stated, haven't been touched in about 10 years. These are all recommendations from the police department. There's some new fees in here to cover things that haven't been paid for in the past. So
what's the revenue difference then? If this covers our costs, where's the analysis on the cost and what we're short and how we calculated these?
Yeah, I mean, is this something that the department feels we're taking a loss on? Is that where we are, Chief?
Well, one of the things my traffic safety unit did was they did a comparative analysis with towns like Haverford, Lower Merion, Bridgeport, Upper Merion, and we were trying to base our fees that are competitive with those. Ours were drastically lower than those, and that's one of the reasons for the increase. The additional fee that was not in here before, if you go to paragraph D, the police administration fee, what we do now prior to the release of a vehicle, they have to obtain a release from the police department, and we have to produce a form that they have to take with them. The reason that's necessary is because we can't have someone who was released, who was arrested for DUI, that tries to claim the vehicle when they're still under the influence. And that is an administrative fee of $25 that we're asking in addition to the existing fees.
So what I hear you saying, Superintendent, is that these increases are designed not to cover costs, but to get closer to what the actual costs are, that they are below what the actual costs are, and you'll certify that?
No, I would say that they're an increase, too, based on the fact that they haven't been upgraded in 10 years. So just normal administrative fees with the cost of our officers handling these types of things, I would think it's reasonable to ask for these increases in a 10-year time period.
It is reasonable, but Bill and John just said this has to be reasonably calibrated to cover costs. I don't see any evidence of that. Go ahead. You're all going to vote for it anyway. Go ahead. Call the vote. Make it 6-1, and let's just move on.
What we could do is, if you'd like, we can table this if the board is willing to support a much higher cost than to cover the actual cost. Because if we do go through that and the cost is much higher than everybody else, will the board support that to cover our exact cost?
That's what I just said, Bob.
We'll be more than happy to do that. So we
I
can
just
table
said,
that.
so this is calibrated not to cover costs, but to have it be less of a loss. We don't have any evidence of that. That's all.
We'll be more than happy to do that. So we could table this and then come back. My guess is we're going to be way out of line from most of the other communities, but we'll be more than happy to charge that.
I don't think you should charge it. But again, there should be you have to have it, make it reasonable. Or, as I indicated, just what you said, we're just covering, we're having less of a loss. But you need to say that, if that's what you're saying, that this does.
Well, I think one of the things, too, is since over the last 5 years, as you're aware, many of the expenses the township absorbed on their own. In the time I've been here, I've heard from a lot of residents that says we're tired of subsidizing a lot of these expenses, not only from developers, but from businesses. They're tired of subsidizing those costs. So we could go back and do that because I believe we'll be able to justify all these costs. A lot of people won't think they're reasonable, but what we'll feel they're very fair.
Well, I agree with you. One of the ones that we have talked about often is these trucks that wedge themselves under the bridges, and it costs the township, police, and other people support to pull them out, and that gets absorbed.
If you would like to see an ordinance to cover those costs,
we did talk about that.
That's another one that's in the pipeline.
We did talk about it, but again,
industrial accidents, spills on the road. You don't have an ordinance on the books that cover that. So that's something that Kevin Kachansky and I have looked at and have worked on, and a lot of municipalities have that one on the books.
John, a question.
go ahead.
About 8 or 10 years ago, the Board of Commissioners passed an ordinance that anytime they responded to an accident, they could bill somebody.
Well, that was for police service. I think that was struck down by Delaware County.
Well, no.
Well, no, it actually, the
We rescinded
state
it.
passed a law that,
Yeah, well,
Over.
I've done some of those. I have an ordinance. It was actually part of the fire tax reimbursement ordinance. We separated them. Kevin's looking at it because it imposes some obligations on the staff. If you want to analyze every $25 increase or $10 increase in a fee, as Bob has offered to do, it's going to cost you a lot of time and effort to do that.
It's a red herring. The point was, I asked you, what is the revenue? You guys don't know what the revenue is. You don't know what the cost is. That's all I'm saying. So I offered you an out. I said, okay, all we're doing is reducing our loss. And you're like, well, we can do an analysis and it's going to be even more. The fact of it is, you can do what you want, all right? Vote how you want to vote. We are really alienating our public by constantly increasing fees and hitting them and aggressively enforcing it. And this is only going to add to that.
All I'd like to add to this is that these fees, when I read them, seemed entirely reasonable. I've had my car towed in Philadelphia, and these are a lot less than you suffer in Philadelphia. I have never had a single constituent come to me and complain about the exorbitant towing fees that we have. And I think a cost of service increase over 10 years is an entirely respectable and reasonable thing to pursue.
I agree with that, and you're right on Philadelphia. They're much, much higher than this. And of course, these will apply not just to our residents, but to anybody that's within the township that has difficulty. So I'd like to call for the vote on this, if it's okay. Rick?
Yeah. I mean, if I could just say one thing, I was inclined to agree with Rich at the outset, and I kind of still am. But at the same time, it's not like these are people who. I mean, I've never had my car towed in Radnor Township ever. So that's because I obey the parking ordinances. So I think at the same time, we got to look at who this is affecting. So.
And again, no one's saying that there's anything inherently wrong with these fees. My concern is, you said we can only do it to cover. I said, are you raising revenue? No, we're not raising revenue, but you can't tell me what the costs are, what the revenue is going to come. It's a random increase. Well, we're going to cover, we want to increase it. And to me, I think that we avoid that type of thing.
Rich, I think every time, though, there's any kind of fee, you always take it as though every time it's a money grab, and that is not true. The issue is the police department brought this fee forward to bring a lot of these costs in line. Most of the fees that we charge here, or anything that we have, is never to make a profit. We are not a for-profit business. I know there's a lot of times you believe we are here to make a profit or to gouge the residents. If that was the case, we would not. If we are here to make a profit, as I think at times you believe we are, we would be out of business. We are not in the business to make a profit off the back of the residents. I think over the last 5 years, the board has been in a position to actually tip the scale the other way, to where the residents' burden should be less, and we should increase in other different areas, not through fees, through these. But most of it is, a lot of these folks who are coming through town are not residents that we are looking for these fees to be taken care of. So I think maybe there's that misinterpretation, but that's how a lot of times it's read.
We're ready to vote.
Yeah, it's not misinterpretation. It's just, let's know what the revenue impact is and the costs are then. That's all.
All right. Thank you. I'd like to have the vote now. All those in favor of ordinance 2015-21 say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
It passes 6-1. Let's move ahead now.
I'd like to introduce ordinance 2015-22, amending the code of Chapter 270, Vehicles and Traffic for, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong paper.
A stop sign.
Conestoga Road.
It's H.
All right. Authorizing a no parking anytime sign to be installed on Conestoga Road on South Main Avenue.
I'll second 2015-22.
Any discussion? Anybody in the audience? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. It passes 7-0.
I'd like to introduce ordinance 2015-23, authorizing a new stop sign to be installed on Gala Road at Loudon Lane.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion up here or in the audience? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. It passes 7-0.
And finally, ordinance 2015-24, rescinding ordinance 1259 dated April 27th, 1965 for the 2-hour parking on Gallagher Road.
Second.
Second, okay. And,
Quick question.
Yep.
Okay. Chief, thanks for doing this. Appreciate the residents will appreciate it too. Do we need to come up with another ordinance to move the, as I understand this, there's trail parking, and this is in part intended to prevent trail parking, but in this area, there's not a lot of trail parking, and it's just adversely affecting the residents. Are you envisioning a second ordinance to put some 2-hour restrictions on this segment, or does the whole 2-hour segment, the whole restriction come off?
I believe the whole restriction would come off, Commissioner, so we probably have to come up with another one to specify what you're asking.
Yeah, so I'll look into that, and then I'll be back in touch with how far from the trail to the corner we need to do this. Thank you.
all right, I think we're going to vote now. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. And that passes 7-0. Did we vote twice?
No.
Who's gone? No. All right, now we're back to the budget. And I think at the time we suspended, somebody had the floor, and it was Commissioner Schaefer asking about how we should handle the request by our fire company for help with their deficit. And does anybody want to address that? I have some points. I'll wait till others speak, though.
Well, I'll start. I've given this a lot of thought, and I'll keep it short. I would support funding the deficit this year, the 126 or 125, whatever it was, out of a one-time funding source, because I would see it as a one-time funding commitment. So that would come out of, the 2015 surplus. However, I would suggest conditioning that support with an agreement, as we talked about at our last meeting, that would be, at our last meeting we talked about it in terms of having an ad hoc committee that would get together and talk about, things, some changes that could be made, or things that could be, why this is happening, the deficit. I don't know what good that gets us, because there aren't too many people in our staff or on our board who are experts in this field and who would be aware of what best practices are. I mean, this is a pretty specialized field, and with the ACA constantly changing, I think you would need a professional. So I would suggest that we enter into an agreement where we have, we provide, or we help an independent professional consultant come in that is familiar with best management practices, that could come in and take a good look at how things are being run, who's very aware of how the ACA is evolving and how billing is evolving, and how to best capitalize on those changes, and then make some recommendations to the firehouse and to us, and that both sides would commit that, if this group came in and said there's just no way to make this work, you need municipal funding to make it work, that we would commit to give that municipal funding. Conversely, if this group came in and made recommendations about some changes that could be made in the management side or in the collection side or whatever it is, that the fire department and EMS group would commit to make those changes. Any organization, a nonprofit, a corporation, any organization that is running a deficit like that, this is a very common way to handle it, is you bring in a consultant or a consulting firm to take a look and help you with best practices and help you with, the changes that are coming in the legislative environment. So that would be my suggestion. I'm fully supportive of funding it this year, and I'd like to see some I'd like to see us provide the service of having a professional consultant come in and make some suggestions.
All right, any other commissioners have a comment on this? All right, I'd like to say this. I received a call after our last meeting from Eamon Brazunas, who is, we have 2 members from the fire company in the audience? Okay. Eamon, I think, is the business manager or maybe the assistant business manager. And we spent about 30 minutes on the telephone. There is a deficit of $126,900. And as I understand it, we don't really know, Bob Tate, you have asked for some financial statements from the fire company, and I assume you're going to be able to look at those and help us. What I'd like to make sure we understand is, where is this deficit coming from? I have a feeling it's coming from the following activities. When the fire company or the EMS delivers a patient to either Bryn Mawr or Paoli Hospital, or any hospital for that matter, they are, the person's insurance or lack of insurance is the most relevant factor to understand where this deficit is coming from. For example, if it's a person injured on the job, then the fire company does quite well in the reimbursement by the workers' compensation carrier. If the person is injured in an automobile accident, the fire company does quite well in getting a reimbursement from the carrier, the liability carrier. Unfortunately, if the person is a Medicaid patient, the amount of reimbursement for delivering that patient to one of those hospitals I mentioned is way low below the costs that the ambulance service incurs. And similarly, if it's a person covered by Medicare, with or without Medicare Advantage, I think, then again, the reimbursement is quite low. And we're talking about reimbursement of the balance of payments. That is, the standard reimbursement that the hospital pays, its insurance carrier pays, is X, and that leaves a gap in the costs that the ambulance service incurs. Lastly, if the person is covered by private insurance, it's not much of a better picture. The service incurs a loss. So as I understand it, we can't do much about the Medicaid and Medicare deficiencies. We're okay on workers' comp and automobile liability. Where we might want to look at helping our fire company, our EMS, get well on this is with private insurance. And as I understand it, when you boil all this down, our company is delivering patients to these hospitals, giving them customers. And those hospitals make money off of that service. And yet the reimbursement to our people is well below what their costs are. So in essence, if we're going to give this $126,900, some of that, in essence, is a subsidy by this township of the operations of the hospitals and their insurance carriers. And I don't think that's quite right. So I think we need somehow to get our hands around this problem and figure out how we can get the hospitals to help our EMS services and directly and indirectly help us as a custodian of our taxpayers' resources. So that's what I found, and that's my suggestion.
So, Jim, are you? Does that mean you're hesitant to support it, at least in its entirety, or?
I don't see how we can. Go ahead, you finish. I don't see how we cannot help them. I mean, if they have this hole of $126,900 and they're operating revenue or operating business, who else is going to help them?
Yeah. Okay, so similar concerns for me. One, so first of all, obviously, thank you to the firefighters. Nobody wants to make, sometimes these decisions aren't fun to make. Anyway, just for years, we have entities coming to us asking for money, and we have a level of diligence. And for me, right now, we just haven't done enough diligence. And I think we've kind of got it a little backwards. We're telling them, we'll give you the money, and then we'll take some time to figure it out. I think there's got to be, there's a side that says they'll do the opposite, like figure it out and come to us and show us that there's no solution, we have to provide the 126. Maybe somewhere in the middle. Like maybe this year we put in 50,000 toward it, and we use 16 to come back to try to find a solution that's long-term. And you do have some reserves, it's my understanding. That was explained last time. So it isn't like if we don't provide $126,000, the whole thing stops. So as much as I value it, as much as I know your volunteers, as much as I respect it, I'm uncomfortable simply giving $125,000, given the short-term nature of the problem as it's been presented to us, given the concerns that Jim has identified that are structural. So I'm inclined something in between as a show of good faith,
Well,
and then a commitment to try to find a solution.
I think what you're saying is that they need to do some self-help here. There is one thing I didn't mention, which we heard about last time, and that is the payments, the balance of payments don't always go to our people, to the EMS. They go to the insured. And then the service has to go chase those patients, those insureds, for that which is rightfully owed to the EMS. So I think there's some self-help here that what I would do, if I were running the thing, I'd have agreements with the hospitals. I'd make it clear that the money is going to come to you, to the EMS, and not go to the patient. And Mr. Brazunas told me that they don't have agreements. They deliver patients, they drive away, and from there, basically, things are out of their control. So if I were doing it,
Well, there's got to be a best practice. There's got to be a standard of way that this business is done, and there have got to be people who are well versed in those best management practices. And who knows? None of us know that. We are all engineers, lawyers. We do not know this. And I don't think there's anyone on our staff that knows that. And even if they did know it at one point, they don't know it under the ACA right now because it is a very quickly changing industry. So I just don't understand. I don't see that we are going to be able to solve this problem for them. I don't think we're going to be any help to them. And I think that they would benefit greatly with some professional recommendations. Just like any business that is struggling to operate sustainably can use professional advice from a consultant. It's very helpful.
Well, I have kind of a hybrid. I totally agree with what Elaine's saying. Although we do need, if we're going to do something like that, we need a commitment from both the township, the Board of Commissioners, and the fire company that they'll abide by the recommendation. Otherwise, it's another study on the shelf, and I understand that's happened at some surrounding companies. But I personally would only fund it to the tune of $50,000. When we agreed to go with ALS, it was explained to us one of the selling points is that was going to carry a whole bunch of expenses. Obviously, things have changed. But I don't know that, and I also talked to Eamon, that the fire company really knows how they got to the $126,000 hole. At least that's my perception. Eamon, you also said there's some things going on in the state. Could you come up here and tell us about them?
Hi, thank you, Mr. Nagle.
Eamon Brazunas, isn't it?
Yes, Eamon Brazunas. I'm the Administrative Director with Radnor Fire Company. I'm a full-time paid employee, and I deal with the daily operations of the fire company. Been at Radnor for about 7 or 8 years, which is kind of hard to believe at this point. Outside of Radnor, I've been with Berwyn Fire Company for almost 20 years as a volunteer. So I know this territory pretty well versed in EMS and what's going on with the Affordable Care Act and billing. I apologize I couldn't be here at the last meeting, but certainly if you all have questions, I'll answer what I can tonight, and I certainly don't want to take up too much of your time. The biggest thing that Commissioner Hagan stated, and is something that we aren't going to do, because if we do it, we're going to be done is become an in-network provider. So if we decide we want to go with the hospitals and say, look, we want to develop an in-network agreement with you, instead of we could go after a potential, let's say round number, $500, we're now locking in just getting $100. Now I'm doing simple math here. Now just multiply that times a couple, 1,000 calls. So going to an in-network provider status for us is a non-option. It's a non-option for Berwyn. It's a non-option for Narberth. It's a non-option for Malvern, everywhere else you go. The hospitals used to do ALS service years ago. And with less than 6 months warning, they basically dropped ALS in local communities. And in different Easttown townships, Berwyn ended up picking up. A little further west, Malvern picked it up. And then down this way, we had an agreement where Narberth was gracious enough to pick it up and work in conjunction with Radnor Fire Company. And fast forwarding a little bit, when we got to 2011, we had a lot of internal discussion that we thought that we could expand the service, make it a little bit more efficient for the community, have everything under one roof, with definitely my experience is the way to go. And I mean, the biggest thing for us is when the projections were made by President Roderick, the Affordable Care Act was in effect, and a lot of the practices that the insurance companies practice now didn't exist in 2011. And I can sit up here, when I first started in 1998, the BLS, we call Basic Life Support Service billing, that basically paid for a lot of what the fire company had to do. Those days are gone. They're not coming back. I've experienced working with consultants with fire and EMS. Certainly there's benefits that can come from that. But I can tell you, between, I think, the staff, and I have a great relationship with the staff, with the board, and with the fire company, I think we can save money and avoid the consultant, but certainly if you all want to go down that path, we will work with you on that if we feel that's beneficial for the community. But yeah, unfortunately with the billing, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but there's not only so much we can do at the local level. A lot of these things are above our heads. And at a legislative and a federal level, there are things that are going on at state level to address this. But unfortunately, and I don't mean to be crass about it, but when you look at the lobbying, the EMS lobby is very weak at the state level. I hate to say that. Insurance lobbying is extremely strong. So you're going to see pro-insurance legislation that does not support EMS.
You're getting off the subject a little bit. Don't you agree, though, that you should have, if you deliver a patient to a hospital, you're giving them a customer.
Correct.
Yet you have no agreement with them. You're doing a service for them. Don't you think you should have a written agreement whereby you get made whole for what you incur in the way of cost to get that patient from the accident or the nursing home or wherever it is to that hospital? You don't have that.
I agree with you, but one of the things I try to do, Commissioner Higgins, based on our conversation, is try to find an example of a 911 nonprofit that's contracted essentially through the municipality to provide service via resolution that has an agreement like that. I can't come up with one. Because if we were doing that, essentially we're then employees, in essence, for the hospital. Or we're getting into the transport industry, which that's not what we do. We do 911 emergency.
But maybe Commissioner Schaefer had the idea, or had an idea, that maybe you needed a business advisor to help you through this and other problems. Go ahead.
Can you tell us then what do you think is the solution? Here's like the dilemma that we have, not because we don't believe what you're doing is important, believe me, but our dilemma is it's problematic to simply provide cash without getting a solution in response, and we're not hearing a solution.
Absolutely.
So you tell us, what's the solution? What can you do to close the gap?
I mean, some of the things we've been doing for the past year is we've reduced staff. And that was something that Commissioner Schaefer brought up at the last meeting. We've held off on replacing 2 of the full-time staff positions. We've been filling those with part-timers. While I'm on the business side for the fire company, I also am responding to fire and EMS emergencies during the day. Again, we're trying to get the volunteers, and that's really where our biggest challenge comes into play with everything. I mean, obviously the billing is a big deal. That's where our focus is on right now. But, I mean, the volunteer component changes everything. I mean, we could be coming back in 6 months or next year and say, we need to hire 6 full-time employees. So, yeah, I mean, look, the volunteer issue, I feel, in my experience, and that's your biggest issue right now. The billing is definitely a major concern for us because that's the bulk of where we get our revenue from or receive our revenue from. But again, there's only so much we can do, but I can tell you internally, we have cut back on staff. We really do not want to reduce ambulance service, especially during the daytime where we see our peak volume of having the 2 ambulances staffed during the day. At night we go down to 1, which was typical, which that works for us based on our volumes, but we really would prefer not to take away these 2 ambulances during the day, because I mean, it gets busy. I mean, might be a day or two we don't get a call, but I mean, overall volume has stayed consistent since we went ALS. It's been over 2,200 calls consistently. Basically what's happened on the billing front, a lot of those calls that we could bill for in 2011, we now can't bill for them, or they're being more highly scrutinized by a nurse reviewer, and those calls are getting kicked back to us because someone forgot to say, oh, we assisted the person at the stretcher. We didn't describe how we got them to the stretcher. So in the level of detail and intricacies with the charts, we're really hammered on that.
Other than the payments by the hospitals and contributions from the public, what are your sources of revenue?
Yeah, private donations. We do take advantage of state and federal grant opportunities. The one thing we did recently put in for a federal grant, and we actually got points deducted because we had paid employees, which seems crazy because we're trying to do the right thing, make sure we have essential staffing, especially during daytime hours when a lot of volunteers aren't available, but nonetheless, we got points deducted for that. Private donations, obviously municipal funding is a huge part of what we do, and we appreciate the support that we do get from the townships. The relief money, which is dealt with separately and under a separate set of bylaws, that is revenue that's coming in, and that's helping to pay for volunteer-related things. And I mean, something else, which again, we can't do anything about it here. If we could use relief money, especially what we have in reserves with relief, to help pay for paid staff, again, this conversation would be drastically different, but that money is regulated 100% for volunteers.
What is relief money?
Relief Association funding, and that's shown, Bill can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think it shows up in your budget as state aid pass-through, but it's basically a pass-through the township. It comes via the state, and they basically assess a tax to out-of-state insurance companies do business in Pennsylvania. There's a formula that gets worked out and gets distributed amongst the municipalities across the Commonwealth.
Amy, I have a few questions. First of all, I apologize I did not return your call this weekend. I was away,
That's
busy.
all right.
But I think I understand the system fairly well, but I have 2 questions, or comment question. So, on my insurance, I have Aetna. I looked at the coverage for ALS reimbursement, and the level seemed pretty high. But one thing I think we need to understand, the distinction is that if I go into a hospital, I would imagine the hospital has the ability to bill direct Aetna. And when I go into the hospital, the first thing they ask me for is my medical card, my medical insurance card. So they capture that information before I get treated or while I'm being treated. I would imagine with the ALS and BLS service, when you're helping someone in an emergency, you're not asking them for their medical card, and subsequently, you're not necessarily able to bill directly those services. Am I characterizing this the right way, or is this just completely?
No, I mean, somewhat. We do our best to get someone's insurance card, but in the heat of the moment, like you suggested, we're not, let me find your insurance card before I help you from bleeding to death. I mean, obviously, we do follow up with the hospital. We do have good working relationship with the registrar's office at the hospital to capture that data. And then our billing agency that we use, and they specialize in dealing with billing, such as the Medicare coding, which is extremely complex. They then are billing the insurance company direct. But like as was, I believe Commissioner Higgins had pointed out, the issue we have is that being an out-of-network provider, those checks are going back to the subscriber. They forget, they're busy with their families, doing other things. They're like, I guess I got to reimburse them for my insurance company. That's cool. Deposit it. And we just had a gentleman the other day, we transferred his 2 daughters, his wife, from a carbon monoxide poisoning incident last year. Well, he called me up and said, Amy, I apologize. I got this check I got it months ago. I deposited. I didn't realize until the collections company called me and said, hey, you didn't pay your bill. And he's like, yeah, what am I talking? My insurance covered it. And then he ended up paying us, and he's very nice about it. But I mean, that's played out hundreds of times for us during the year, as well as other entities around us. So,
this concept of having some type of a reciprocal agreement with a hospital, to me, that even though I agree with Commissioner Higgins, the way he described it, that you're bringing a patient to the hospital, but I don't see hospitals reimbursing ambulance companies. Is that a normal practice in any place?
I mean, there's some hospital-based systems that certainly exist throughout the country, but like I said, at least on the main line area, I mean, the hospitals got away from providing an ALS, what they call a chase car. And that's one thing Commissioner Schaefer brought up a lot back in 2011 was the chase car thing, getting rid of that, not sending multiple vehicles to a call. But yeah, I mean, because it's unfortunately it's a money loser. I mean, on the ALS side especially, it's expensive. You know, the narcotics that you're using, the equipment. I mean, it's a pricey service, but it's an essential service that the community needs. Most definitely.
Okay. So, I mean, everything I've heard tonight is telling me that the game has changed with the Affordable Care Act. But even before that, I think there were some changes coming. And we've talked about this, that the fact that the reliance on volunteers for fire and ALS and BLS and ambulance alone, there's an issue there. The fact that there's far less volunteers in this state and other states. And the other thing that's changed is availability. Like, I'll just anecdotally, Bryn Mawr Fire Department used to have a number of members who worked in Bryn Mawr. They worked at the hardware store, they worked around the corner, they worked at the gas station, and when there was a call, they were able to leave work and go on those calls. Well, that is not happening anymore. In fact, most of the membership at Bryn Mawr, none of the people work in Bryn Mawr, except for one or two members that work across the street, but the rest all work far away, and they're not making calls. So there's been a big change here, and look, I'm going to be clear. I think we need to fund this, because what I don't want to have is, I don't want to have someone in my neighborhood calling 911 and not getting a response because we don't have enough staff. That's not acceptable. That has never been acceptable, and it will never be acceptable to not get response. So if we're talking about cutting, we're hearing from the fire department, they're saying we need a subsidy to maintain a level of service. Well, we need to do that. Okay, now, that said, we will want to see that these issues are addressed head on. I would recommend that we fund this fully this year, but in 2016, that an ad hoc committee be put together with members of the fire departments, both fire departments, Bryn Mawr and Radnor, because it's not just it's not just ALS, BLS, and ambulance, it's fire service. I think we really need to take this head on. I think we need to understand, how are we going to fund this long term? Because if we just say we're going to cover this year and hope that you guys work this out in 2016, I think that's somewhat putting your head in the sand. I think we need to go much further with this. We need to look at the next 10 years and what we're going to do about it. Because quite frankly, the way I see this, and I know we're not ready for this, the taxpayers aren't ready for this, but in 10 years from now, I would suggest that, I would expect that the fire service is probably 50% paid by then, in 10 years. Because the way it's working now, when you get a call, when you used to get 5 or 6 volunteers show up during the day, that isn't happening. It's not happening. So we're going to start funding these things, and we don't want to get to the point where we have calamity and service issues. We want to address it head on. So I'm going to suggest that we fund this fully this year, but during 2016, the fire department agrees, you agree to meet on an ad hoc committee with Township, with public safety, and we address this head on, because I think we need to understand how we're going to fund this long term. I don't think this is a short-term blip. I don't think this is something that's going to be solved by better billings. I think there's a reality issue here where the insurance companies don't want to pay the full cost. The hospitals don't want to pay anything back to the ambulance services. The public can't afford it. So we have an issue where we have to pay for this service, this very much needed service. So I'm going to support it this year. And I hope that this ad hoc committee idea for 2016 catches on. And I would recommend at least one member from each fire department. And if there's mutual aid firehouses that are involved in this, they should also be invited in. And then at least one staff member from the township, and then at least one commissioner sitting as the public safety liaison. They meet on a regular basis and iron out some of these issues and figure it out.
All right, so I have a couple questions, and I've waited patiently, Jim, okay? So basically what you're saying is because of the Affordable Care Act, you're getting lesser reimbursements from Medicare and Medicaid.
That's one of the factors.
And then in conjunction with the fact that you have to get the money from your clients who you carry, they have to pay it directly, notwithstanding that their insurance company gave them the money, that also is causing a problem because you're not collecting. Is there also a reduction in the reimbursement from that element, from that side of it as well?
Correct. Not.
So as I said to the other gentleman who was here last week, my son had an issue and we went to the hospital, $1,700. And I paid that. I asked my wife, I thought I paid it like I didn't get any reimbursement. So did I get a reimbursement from that? Did I get the whole thing or did I get something less? Do you
have to
think?
you have to look at your explanation.
Typically.
It depends on the insurance.
So if somebody gets something less, do you take less, or you bill $1,700 and they don't pay $1,700? What do you do? That goes to collection?
Well, we have a billing cycle that we work through. It's a 120-day billing cycle. Once we hit the 120-day mark, once we go past that point, we then go to a collection scenario.
But what if they got reimbursed $1,000 and they gave you $1,000? That's $700. What do you do about that? You just write it off?
Well, if they can't pay it, we'll either do a payment plan or they'll be in a collection situation. But our preference is not to hit people.
And is that caused?
Work with them.
Is that caused? Do you think not? Do you think, or do you know, or do you think that that's caused by the Affordable Care Act, or is that caused by other factors?
It's a combination of that. It's not just the Affordable Care Act. Look, I don't want to. I guess the one thing I want to make clear. We don't have the Affordable Care Act, whether you like it or love it.
Well, I can tell you, I hate it, and I'm trying to, what you see is what John Fisher just said is basically the Affordable Care Act is causing the people in Radnor
That's not what
to
I
subsidize.
Stated. That's not what I stated.
All right, my turn. Right?
Don't put words in my mouth.
I just heard you.
Don't ever do that.
I just heard you.
I said it happened before the Affordable Care Act.
And during the Affordable Care Act. But nonetheless, we're seeing this right now. Mm-hmm. We are having to subsidize, you just said it, we're going to have to, it's looking like more and more we're going to subsidize emergency medical services. And you don't know if that's the case one way or the other, but you know that it's a shortfall.
Correct, right now, at the present time, yes.
And is your collection activity going up or not going, or is it the same? Because you said your usership is about the same.
Correct.
So you're collecting less money, so it must be either you're not collecting as much or there's a lesser reimbursement.
Well, it's really both. I mean, we're getting, like I referenced a little bit a few minutes ago, there's a good number of calls that were eligible for billing purposes back in 2011, which now, because again, the Affordable Care Act and other reactions from the insurance companies to that law and how they're adjusting their practices have made it more difficult for us to collect that money.
Just because of additional documentation, et cetera.
And then once you push people out to the collection zone, and what we saw actually for a couple-month period, we saw a lot of people trying to buy houses when we started to see the economy turning a little bit. So a lot of those calls, people were getting their credit checks done. So we actually saw an influx for about a month or two period of people closing out ambulance accounts. Which was unusual.
Hold on. You just let everybody talk for 5 minutes.
Which was an unusual increase at the time.
All right, so this is a case. Let me just finish here. So why is it that it's coming? Why did it come up when we're introducing the budget bill? It comes up right then. Obviously, this is something that's been in the works. Why didn't we reach out or hear about this before then?
Well, I guess there's a few things. I mean, I do a lot of communication with Bob and with Bill and with Mr. Tate. And one quick thing, I will answer your question, sir. I am working with Bob Tate. He's had direct communication with our CPA, Bond and Pisano, on getting the financial information that speaks to the concerns that Commissioner Curley had. So we actually had an email exchange about that. So as far as the transparency and the openness, we're getting that line of communication open with that. Oh God, now I'm losing my thought here. I've been at a lot of meetings.
Why are we hearing about it right? Why not?
Yeah. So like, part of it's our fault, quite frankly. We need to do a better job of communicating with the township, most definitely. But I also feel, and this is no disrespect to the board, it's a two-way street. And I think if you were in my shoes or if I were in your shoes, you'd want to know what the heck is going on here, because obviously this just didn't manifest itself last month. So I think it is what it is at this point, but I think moving forward with you and with the other commissioners, we'll do what we need to do on a monthly basis, one-on-one, to make sure that where we're going to be in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, most definitely. That's what I can commit to you right now.
It's time for motion.
Yeah, I'd like to ask for suggestions on how we resolve this.
Make a motion that we pay $50,000 to the fire company to fund the ALS deficit for 2016, that it's conditional upon the fire company reporting to us in March of 2016 a solution for a long-term solution, and that the township staff review with the fire company accountant to make a good faith review of the request. Essentially, we just want independent eyes on it, no certification, just something beyond simply the word of the fire.
What do you think of the idea of Commissioner Schaefer of having an expert help this process?
Well, I think I quite frankly think if we, I mean, what Eamon said is we don't need an expert. What Eamon said is let the fire company come back. So I would prefer to do that. And I just think if we start building subcommittees, and to me, we're going to get further from the solution, not toward it. So I would let them come back to us in March of 16, which is 3 months, and them tell us what the solution is.
I'll second that.
Well, should I wait till that motion goes through, or should I put a separate motion on the table? I'd prefer to put the motion on the table now so people can decide.
I'd amend the motion if you want to amend the dollar amount or.
Well, I would like to move that we fund the 126, whatever the deficit is, the entire deficit for this year, that it's a one-time commitment, that it comes from a one-time revenue source so that it's not built into our budget, and that we ask that the firehouse commit, and we will commit to working with a professional consultant to help identify some recommendations.
So it's more of a nomination process at this point.
Well, it's point of order.
I'll second.
Point of order.
We have a second.
We have a motion and a second.
And now we have
I don't, no, Don's motion was seconded. You need to go through with that motion.
You can have multiple motions on
You
the
can
floor.
have an amendment.
No, you didn't amend it. You did a new motion.
Yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, and maybe that's a better idea, and maybe that's what we want to do.
But that's
for all
not-
intents and purposes,
that's not the
you
process.
Turn it into a nomination process as opposed to a.
It's
So
not
I
a process.
can call that an amendment. I'll call that
That's
an
an
amendment.
improper, the motion is improperly on the floor.
Change
It
the
needs to be rescinded. We need to vote on Don's motion.
Well, I'll move to amend Don's motion in the dollar amount to go from $50,000 to the full ask of the fire department, $126,000, and change whatever the number was.
Is there a second to that amendment?
Well, I will second it. I believe that we should fund that at that level, but I just don't see the good in us all chasing our tails. This group doesn't really have much to offer in the way of expertise, and this is, this company has been working on this for a year trying to solve this problem, and it hasn't happened yet. And in my view, any organization, any board should welcome help with a problem like this. I don't understand why you would not welcome it.
Well, I think that the fire company knows what the issues are. It's clearly an issue related to a new law and a reduced amount of reimbursements, increasing costs and lower reimbursements and harder recoveries and no direct contracts. Now, as the fire company just said, nobody has a direct contract. That's not how EMS works. So they're saying, you need to either fund us or we're going to cut service because the federal law is affecting our ability to operate. Pretty clear.
Rich, you're making a political speech. It doesn't advance our task of solving this problem. I like the idea, some kind of a combination of Don and Elaine's approach that is to ask the fire company and their ambulance service to help themselves, and we'll help you, but I do think we need some professional advice on this problem, that we need an expert that knows how to solve this, and I don't know how that gets paid for, but I think that ought to be part of the task force that's assembled to solve this problem. So if that needs to be put into a new motion, I'll support it.
I guess the only thing you could say is you need to step up your enforcement activity.
I have a question for Eamon. Some of the changes that I'm familiar with were the ICD 9 and 10, that coding. And apparently the coding, so, when you go to a doctor, they have a code sheet and they check off certain boxes. Same thing, it covers the entire healthcare system. Is that part of the issue, understanding the coding convention and having an efficient way of coding these calls, or is that not an issue?
Correct. I mean, some agencies do their billing in-house. We use a third party we work with for a number of years, just because it is so complex. I mean, it's its own specialty area. And it's Trish Ash is the person who we deal with. She actually came down to training in October when the new ICD-10 codes went into effect, and it really gets down on the street level with our volunteers, some that are 18 years old. So we have to teach them, you got to be very intricate with your billing. And like I said earlier, if you miss one thing, these are getting denied. Where before there's a little bit of leniency, they just, okay, we'll issue the reimbursement. Now, I just got an email today from her, 20 charts where there's errors. Yeah. So yes, it's a problem for us.
Elaine, how would you envision this if we decide to have a consultant, or they decide to have a consultant? How would that person work to solve this problem with them?
Well, I have no idea. I mean, there are plenty of these firms out there, and they do this on a regular basis. So there is a standard practice to doing it. I mean, we have the issues. It's like we've heard the issues. We know what they are. You bring someone in to take a look at how the business is run, to address those issues, and to tell you what the best practices are in the rest of the company. Obviously, this is not the only firehouse that are facing these issues. It's across the nation.
Would you mandate, as part of your voting to help them with this deficit, would you mandate that they hire such a person?
I believe that's really an integral part of it. I just don't feel like us as a board and our staff have anything to offer in the way of guiding them.
Don, would you amend your motion to include that?
I just don't think it's prudent. I think that, I mean, for me, this is a compromise. This isn't like, what I presented is listening to everybody listening to the fire company. To me, that's a reasonable compromise.
Jim, can I just put
I'd rather
here?
just vote on it, Jim, and then.
So, as part of Elaine's motion, I would suggest that if we're going to fully fund that deficit, that we ask them to set aside, or we set aside a portion of that money to pay for the consultant, because we haven't discussed who's going to pay for that. I actually do agree fully that because, and honestly, I have a little exposure to ICD-10. My wife runs a training company who trains on ICD-10 that changes. There's 70,000 codes now. There used to be 3,000, okay? So what's happening is all the hospitals in the U.S. are looking for training on how to code these bills. And I think that's part of the consulting. So the point is, we do need a consultant to get in here and look at this problem, and they have to be familiar with those changes, ICD-10, and there's a lot of other issues they need to be familiar with. And I would suggest that if we're going to fund this deficit, set aside $15,000 of that to pay for the consultant, because I think it's going to cost about that.
And
Yeah.
also,
No, but the consultant,
essentially-
it's not just, hold on. It's not just, we're going to pay some consultant. It's like, identify the problem, but then you may need professional training. I'm not suggesting my wife doesn't do this type of training, but the point is, you may need some type of professional training source to come in and provide the training on ICD-10 so that you get your reimbursements up higher. But there may be other facets of the ambulance, the ALS, BLS, that need to be addressed. So anyway, the point
That's
is.
my point. We
need
have
to
no
fund it.
idea. We are not the professionals. This is very specialized. They are they're professionals. They're running it. They've been running it for 20 years. But obviously, there's been change that right now it's not running sustainably, and there's no reason not to look to other best practices to see how other people make it run sustainably.
Commissioner Higgins, could I make one comment, if it's okay? Would the Board of Commissioners be open to mandating with this motion that, because really you got to include Bryn Mawr in this conversation too, if we're looking at the full scope here. So Bryn Mawr, Radnor Fire Company, select group of leaders from those agencies get together with staff, with one rep from the board. We sit down, have a meeting or two, come up with some ideas and have a good, robust discussion on what's going on. And out of that group discussion, if we decide, hey, look, you know what, we need a consultant in here. Or, you know what, we think we can work, we have enough talent here and knowledge, we can solve this problem locally and lay out some benchmarks and basically lay out where we're going to go in the future.
And
I don't know.
That would be consistent with my motion, I believe.
Okay.
That would be the sort of thing that they could do in 3 months. They could come back and internally look at the problem. The idea of among multiple fire companies is a good idea. If you come back and there is no alternative that you know of, you can tell us that. We're not telling you to find a solution by March. We're telling you to come back to us by March with a solution.
There's a great consultant that I know of, is MIT professor Jonathan Gruber. He could probably help us out with this.
So the original,
the one he talked about the stupidity of American people in passing the Obamacare Act.
So
we see it right here.
Don, yeah, so I basically, this sounds like an ad hoc committee, but it's not going to go on. The point is they're going to meet once. But the point is we have to give direction if we don't give direction. So I think my amendment was to bump up the amount of subsidy. And so I would support Don's motion. I support the concept that Eamon's put forward of all the public safety, fire departments, ALS, coming together with staff. I would even recommend that we have a CARFAC member come to that to listen in, just maybe that can have some insight into this issue. So I support Don's motion, and I have an amendment to that motion on the floor.
I mean, we've totally lost procedure. Okay, so it's the $50,000 motion just got a third vote.
No, I amended Don's motion to go from 50,000 to 126,000. And then we have another motion on the floor with Commissioner Schaefer and myself for full funding plus requiring that a consultant be hired.
And you just said you agreed with Don's motion, which is not your motion.
I said I agreed with Don's concept of having a meeting.
I do think that we're out of order here from a parliamentary perspective. So, Elaine, I think that yours was a separate, I don't think it was an amendment. I think it was a separate issue. I think John's was fair, changing so in my opinion, you take my motion with John's and rule that Elaine's was out of order. Sounds horrible, but it's really not.
Personally.
Let's go with the Fisher motion. Has anybody seconded it? I'll second it. All right, so the motion is to fund the deficit at $126,000 and to combine that with a requirement that the Radnor Fire Company, in conjunction with Bryn Mawr and Bryn Mawr Fire Companies,
can I
meet together to come to some findings on how they can solve their deficit problem, and if necessary, to hire a consultant to aid in the process.
I just don't think that's the motion.
So-
For a variety of reasons, I don't think that's the motion. So
There
for one, you're just voting on, right now, you're just voting on the number, which is, it's either 50 or 125,000.
Okay.
My amendment is just to increase the funding
So
from 50 to
the motion is simply on the number of
126.
50 or 125, or whatever anybody else wants to put on.
126,000.
So you got to vote on the amendment, and then if it
Okay.
passes, it's done. If it doesn't, you go back to the underlying motion.
Okay. So all those in favor say aye? Aye. All those opposed say nay?
Opposed?
Nay.
1, 2, 3. It passes 4 to 3.
No, four opposed.
There's 3 in favor.
Okay. It's defeated 3 to 4.
Okay, so the underlying motion is a $50,000 subsidy in 16.
I'd like to move an amendment to that underlying motion, and that's to increase that funding from the 50,000 to 75,000.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on that? All right, what is the motion, aside from going to 75?
That's just amending Don's underlying motion to increase the funding from 50,000 to 75,000.
Okay. With no tail regarding studies and all that. All those in favor say aye? Aye. All those opposed say nay?
Nay.
4 nays? I couldn't tell. Okay, so that's defeated 3 to 4. All right, where are we now?
Motion.
And
Which I'll summarize, $50,000 for ALS for the deficit for 2016. It would be conditional upon the fire companies reporting back to the Board of Commissioners in March of 16 recommendations for a long-term solution. And it would be contingent upon the township's financial staff reviewing the issue with the fire company financial staff to validate the good faith nature of the request. Note validate, which means I'm not thinking that there's anything wrong. It's just we have a duty to do that.
Second.
That was
Has that been
seconded
seconded?
by Commissioner Nagel.
Commissioner Nagel, okay. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Nay. We have, that passes 4 to 3. Okay. Now, is there any need to have your motion, Elaine?
No,
No.
I mean,
Separate meeting motion.
no, I'm fine with that, except I do urge that the concept of a independent consultant is discussed in that room. I don't think it's going to get legs, but
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we now have 10 minutes to discuss a $33 million budget. Are we ready?
I move that we extend the closing hours.
I'll second that.
All right, what do you
30
want?
minutes.
30 minutes, okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, so it passes 5 to 2. What do you want to do at 11 o'clock?
Commissioner,
Go home.
Mr. Chairman, if I would, just to discuss, just to mention that, I know that there was, now it's 9 minutes. We have had many public hearings on the budget so far, so there has been a lot of discussion by the board that we've gone through a lot of the different items, so there has been a lot that's gone through this.
So I guess to the spirit of that, there's an action item that has to happen tonight. And, you know, everybody, we have discussed it. So my sense is everybody can take a few minutes to speak their mind on this, but then there has to be an action item by those of you that endorsed the things in this project to make that tax increase. That's not a statement about whether they're good or bad. It's practical about how we should proceed.
Okay, so I had a motion on the table. Do you think procedurally I should just make that motion again? What do you?
What I think we
Because
should do is
it sort of got tabled.
set the time. Everybody speak for 4 or 5 minutes, because believe me, we've all spoken on this.
Yeah, I don't need to say anything.
And then everybody take a few minutes to say what you have to say, and then we have the motion, or we could have the motion now. It's probably prudent to have the motion now.
All right, I'll just reaffirm the motion, and we'll get a second. So I'm moving ordinance 2015-20. This is the introduction of the 2016 budget, setting the tax rate and the sewer millage rate. Sorry, the sewer fee rate.
I don't think this is introduction, is it?
Yes.
Is it introduction?
Yes.
And the perm.
second. All right, well, if we're just going to take 5 minutes each, I'm going to take my, I'm going to try to squeeze my comments into 5 minutes. I have 2 things to say. One, the first is about the tax increase for the libraries and parks, and we've heard from a couple of residents again that they are very opposed to the funding the library and the parks, and believe me, nobody wants to have a tax increase ever. But again, these are assets that are deteriorating, assets that we are in charge with protecting. And we can all have different opinions about the usefulness of parks. But in my opinion, and the majority of the people that I represent, our parks are an asset and provide an economic benefit that we need to protect. There are studies, economic studies, that show that. The Pennsylvania Economy League did one that has hard numbers that focused on our trail. But in my opinion, you don't need those economic studies. You can intuitively know that when you go to look at a house, when you're going shopping for a house, if you drive by a park with a rusted old fence and a pond that has so much scum on it, you don't even recognize it's a pond, that's going to detract from the value of your home. And it's going to make your buyers less likely to think that this is a nice neighborhood to buy into. So I continue to support taking out a bond, even though it will require a small tax increase, to smooth out and spread out the payments for those needed investments. My second point that I wanted to make is about that tax increase. And when we started talking about this a couple of months ago, I, of course, or a couple of weeks ago, 2 months ago, I, of course, also share the concern about our tax burden, and I think we all do. And I went to our finance director, Bill White, to ask him, have you done an analysis of our tax burden, and would a tax increase in this amount be burdensome? Would it put us in, how would it make us fair comparatively? And could you do that analysis? Well, I should have known that he had one on hand. Carfax has done this analysis. They have kept up with the analysis over the years with people's tax increases. And I'm not sure that we want to take the time to look at it tonight, but we have the lowest tax burden, township tax burden, of all of our neighbors: Radnor, Haverford, Newtown Square, Marple, Tredyffrin, Lower Merion, and Upper Merion. We are at the lowest level. And that is taxes, stormwater, and trash fees combined, comparing all the townships. I don't think we're going to take the time to look at that chart tonight. If anybody?
Can we look at that chart, please? I think that that's certainly not what I've heard, and that's not what people believe. So you mentioned the chart, may as well throw it up there. We have another half an hour.
Yeah, here are the numbers that back it up. And this was an analysis that we had already from Carfax. And those numbers that you have and that I think Bill is putting up are with our increase. And I think they also include Tredyffrin's 3%. Tredyffrin's taxes are going up 3% this year. Did you add that in?
I did not adjust any of the other municipalities.
Okay, well, Tredyffrin is higher.
Changed is Radnor.
Tredyffrin is higher than it shows there because they're going up 3%.
What are we looking at there? We're looking at dollars. Yeah. So what's your metric that you're measuring there, and your units?
Well, for each municipality, there's the millage rates of the municipality, the county, and the school district.
Bill, we went through this 5 or 6 years ago, and you can't compare millage across counties, correct? Because it depends upon
the common level ratio
and the assessment.
Yeah, the common level ratio just adjusts your assessment to the fair market value. A mill is still a mill.
Yeah, but okay, so maybe this was done then.
Well, no, Don, you're right. You're right. You can't compare it because the ratio varies from county to county.
Yes. And they
sure.
And the time of the reassessment varies from county to county. So you can't just look at millage. You have to look.
As well.
You have to look at tax effort is the only thing you can look at.
These are all $150,000 homes. Same thing in Radnor. Everyone's assessment is different. Everyone's timing of assessment is different.
It's not the same. Everybody's assessment is different in Radnor, but it's all based on the ratio for Radnor and for the county.
Which is heavily affected by when you bought.
It's not affected at all when you bought.
So we had that same debate for quite a while in the CARFAC meeting where we reviewed this, and ultimately, as a group, we decided this was the best way to present it because it takes any of the bias out from county to county in terms of what, how long ago the last reassessment was done versus what the market value of particular homes within a municipality might be. It's a look at how much someone would pay for $150,000 worth of assessed value for a home in any of these municipalities. So it takes the millage rates, and then it takes any of the fees that are charged. If a municipality does not collect garbage, for example, we called around and got estimates on what an average homeowner might be paying to the private hauler and included those totals. So this is all included in Exhibit C of the version 2 of the budget that was published on Friday. So we don't have to go into great detail tonight, but it's there. So when you take a look at the chart, when the municipality by itself is the blue bars, when you add school district and county in with it, that's represented by the red bars. With the additional millage that is proposed for 16, Radnor's still on par with our neighbors with regard to the township tax.
Thanks, Bill. That's
anyway,
really good.
the whole point that I brought this up is because it is very important for us to be cognizant of what the tax burden is, and especially when we are looking at raising taxes, to make sure that we are not, making ourselves less competitive as a township to buy in. And I feel very confident from these charts and numbers put together by our CARFAC and our finance department that indeed we are not pricing ourselves out or making our properties less desirable because of the township taxes.
Yeah, we examined a lot of this on Parks and Rec, and the parks need money. There's no doubt there. I've been on Parks and Rec for years, and we've asked for money, and we generally don't get it. So do I like the thought of investing in them? I do. I like the thought of the library as a parent of young kids, to modernize it, make it more e-friendly, make it more inviting. The trails are not necessary, but do they benefit? I think they benefit. The problem I have is that we're sitting here giving the fire company a hard time about giving them money, and then we're going in and taking out these bonds. That's just hard for me to put all together, but that's my thought. I don't know.
Well, as we had the discussions about the bonds, originally I mentioned that for all the years I've been involved in Parks and Rec, I was 13 years on Parks Board and chaired it for 3. Continually, I watch the condition of our parks degrade. And that people think that parks aren't important to your housing value, I think they haven't done enough reading. Also, the same thing with trails. We know trails are beneficial. The library, I had mixed emotions about, but I understand that talking to a lot of people and seeing the usage the library gets justifies the expenditure of money on our building. Some communities, the libraries are totally supported by the township, Lower Merion, for example, and they have 6 or 7 libraries. Anybody drives by Ludington, hallelujah. I'm glad that's close to my ward and the folks get to take advantage of it. I think the amount, people talk about it, Sarah spoke about it. Well, guess what? I'm a senior citizen on a fixed income also. So they're not just, and you know, her assumption, $45, I'm sorry, I looked up her house value and her tax increase is going to be less than that. She also misspoke about the trail. The only part of the trail that's in there as a separate item is over to the Blue Route on PennDOT, other right-of-way for the PNW, which PennDOT will give us the rights to, just like they did for the other trail, and it's a 30% increase. Right, we're going from 2.2 to 3.1 miles. We hear constantly from users of that trail about the need for that extra mile. Now, and then Sarah talked about moving the trail up north. Well, if you look at the map that we've put forth, that's being done under the bond also. That's a separate parcel. Anyway, all these things are good for our residents, and they're great for their home values, and they're tremendous for Radnor Township. So I'm going to support it.
I agree with everything that's been stated by Elaine and John so far. And I just want to put it in perspective. And Bill White, thank you again for always giving clarity to all these numbers, because that chart comparing the townships, if you just go millage rate, it's very clear. Radnor's a bargain. You're getting better services, better quality, better place to live, and your tax rate, just compared to Haverford Township, is almost half of what it is here. I grew up in Havertown, and I moved here for this reason. This is why I moved to Radnor. I also picked Garrett Hill because there was a park. So I'm in favor of the bond funding. We need to reinvest in these parks. They haven't had updates in the case of Clement Crone. It's been over 40 years, and a lot of the parks are in that condition. Just to put it in perspective, the library, the tax increase, the 0.052 mils increase, is about 1.4%. We're lucky to have a library that has an endowment and has raised their own capital reserves for this type of work. Lower Merion, John just alluded to, Ludington Library just spent, I think it was about $15 million on a library improvement. And here we are looking for just a few million for our library. The park improvement is about 2.3%. The 0.895 mil increase is about 2.3%. And we're talking about a 2.3% increase in a very low tax rate to begin with. What a bargain to get new parks improvements and whatnot. And then the trail improvement of 0.3 mil increase, which is about a 0.8% tax increase. Whether you use the trails or not, the studies are clear. When you have trails, the property values increase, crime decreases. I welcome the trail heading eastbound, because I would like to be able to get to the trail by walking and not have to drive. So any direction headed eastbound is a good thing for me, so I hope that that happens. And we will make deals with PennDOT, and we will make deals with SEPTA at some point, and hopefully get a trail system all the way to the far east of Radnor. So I fully support this budget as it's written. I applaud staff for all their hard work, and all of the township employees that work hard every day for every one of us in this township. Without them, Radnor would not be the best place to live in the area. And many thanks to everyone that makes this possible. I appreciate all the hard work that went into this budget. And Bill White, again, kudos to you for all your hard work in making this budget document so pristine and transparent. I mean, this is something that all the townships in the area want to be, and we are it now. So thank you all for that. That's my comment.
Don?
Sure, thanks. Okay, so first, to me, the where we have not done a very good job over the last 6 years is controlling spending. So taxes are only half, it's half a solution. So we have to control spending, and we have not controlled that as a board. The spending has been significant. Without controlling spending, it's a house of cards because it's somebody else's tax increase. So looking at generally what government does, generally we have revenue increases at a rate, expenses increase at a rate that is greater than revenue. From time to time, we have to then have discussions about what we're going to do with how we're going to close that gap. We've had a bit of an anomaly in Radnor over the last 5 or 6 years because we've had the business privilege tax in particular has come in significantly in excess of expectations. That was a $5.6 million increase over a 6-year period, and then we had an $8 million settlement. So what we had is we sort of inverted that usual form. And we had more revenue, and then we just filled that gap with spending. To me, that's part of the problem. Now, some of the spending was excellent and necessary. We closed about $2 million in uncompensated absences. Some of the spending was beyond our control. Our retiree insurance went up by $1.5 million in a 4-year period. Our MMO went up nearly $3.5 million, or almost $3 million in a 5-year period. Salaries went up considerably due to our collective bargaining agreement. Then we had some discretionary one. We're paying more for the fire company. We're paying more to the Historical Society, more to the Senior Center, more to the library. And we had a $500,000 increase to Clem McCrone on 4 days' notice. So in my opinion, we haven't done a very good job we haven't done enough to control spending. Now, all that is dwarfed by the big ticket spending items that we did in the last 14 months. We had essentially a $50 million plus or minus total debt circa fall of 14, and now we're going to be more of a third, upwards of $68 million in a 14, 15-month period. So to me, this is the element that is problematic. The problem with it, 2 problems. The first is crowd out. So we had the fire company tonight. We were discussing relatively small amounts of money with the fire company. We are crowding out these essential services. So the more money we spend, the more we borrow. Eventually, we're crowding out services. We're seeing that already just during the last 4 or 5 years. And then also we look at the forecasts. The forecasts for this year allow relatively modest tax increases. The forecasts for upcoming years have significant deficits in them, so they're going to have to be addressed. Solutions, as I see it, is we got to push back a little bit harder against these sort of ad hoc requests that we get from time to time during the year. At this point, I would be willing to I don't think there's 4 votes to do this, but essentially capping, saying this is where we'll cap the expenditures at this amount and then let staff adjust to it. So if there's any interest in that, let me know. I also think we should reduce the stormwater fee by about a half, by about a 50% reduction. We have not, and if that means delaying the project, so be it. But we're not managing that money wisely, and we're still collecting it. So it's part of the money is we're getting it in faster than we are, faster than we can spend it in a meaningful way, in my opinion. And then the biggest issue is the bonds in 16. We have the opportunity to rethink that. There'll be a new board. So in my opinion, that's another discussion that we'll have in January, February. So the conclusion, as I see it, I don't see myself supporting this budget. I felt like I voted against the spending over the years. So it isn't like this is a surprise to anybody. I voted against the spending that is in this budget. And so this budget and its tax increases belong to the people who voted for the spending. And as I see it, I'd like to, I think if there's, the most significant thing we need to do is control this spending. We're kind of our financial management. It's not the role of this group to do that. It's our group, but we have to do a better job of controlling the spending.
With respect to the spending, I totally agree. We have several instances tonight about the spending. We just an extra $300,000 or $400,000 for a computer, $300,000 for a computer system. That's what. Just throw it out there. I actually have a lot of sympathy for the ambulance service. I know that they are in fact facing a change in their operating, and that they are facing reduced revenues from circumstances that are not their doing. No question. It's not their fault what's happening. So I recognize that, and I have sympathy for it. But we do need to have a process so that we can plan, so that we can make provisions, so that we can prioritize expenditures and obtain the optimum efficiency and the optimum benefit. And with this budget, I have a little slightly different take on it. I don't have a great deal of a problem or issues with $2.5 million for the library, or, you know, some park improvements. I do want us to fix the bridge over. We just want to repaint it over the bridge over Matson Ford Road. That's not on anybody's list right now, but that should just be a maintenance item. So Steve will talk to him about that. That's certainly something we need. These are low dollar items. The problem is that the millage increase is a 4.5% increase plus the $50,000, which we just voted. And that is significant for people. And for me, I think it'll be somewhere around $120 or $130 or $140 just for this piece of it, plus. But as I've made the point earlier today, the $130 is important. The $45, and John, you can berate the constituents. I think it's a bad plan. I wouldn't do it, but their points are well taken. What they don't want is the government, and specifically us, to force them if they don't want to spend an extra $45. They want something for it. So it's not that we're issuing bonds and having some capital expenditures. It's that we can't find any other place to reduce our spending. And I talked about this already with the pensions, and I talked about this last week, and I know Bob and Bill and others are, you know, they disagree with me. But we have built in to this budget a 6% increase in our expenditures for employees. And 2.5% of that basically is collective bargaining. And I understand that. But we have 125 people on the payrolls, and that's what we're planning to keep. And I know we can do it with less. We just a few years ago, we did it with 119. If we would just have reduced our expenditure, if we would just reduce 2 people, we would have made up this difference. Now, I know Bill and Bob found some money because they put some other stuff that we talked about last week, and they have it in here at no increase. But the fact of it is, what drives this budget is the continually adding new people. We need to reduce the people, and then the debt service can be absorbed. If we refuse to look at our personnel expense, then we will always be faced with increasing expenditures for capital items like these trails and the library. So I hear from the constituents, and I hear from people who can afford. I have constituents who are multimillionaires and others who are not. It's not about the money for everyone. It's about their belief in what we're doing and their control of their own circumstances. And it's also about the money for a lot of people as well. $45 means something. $100 means something. And the people are telling us that that's the case. This budget is a 4.5% increase. It's too much right now. It doesn't need to be that. We've held it for 3 years. and that was a good job. We should keep that up. So I won't be supporting this budget either.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak?
While this gentleman's coming up, I want to just make one clarification about the fire company. We do fund the fire company over $300,000 a year from different accounts every year. So this isn't like we're deciding tonight whether to fund them or not, period. And I think I can speak for everyone in saying that this discussion that happened tonight about whether to fund this particular ask has no reflection on our willingness to fund the fire company. It's more a debate about this particular problem and the best way to solve it. And you know, I don't think it's wise to pit park funding against fire funding against this type of imperative spending against that imperative spending. We are here for the fire company. We fund the fire company. We do to hundreds of thousands of dollars every year, and we will continue to do that.
But Elaine, we have to pit one against the other. We decided that we're going to spend $11 million for your pet project, Ardrossan, for 70 acres that was supposed to be acquired by the Conservancy, which you were chairman of.
All right, let's...
You chose Ardrossan. You're choosing these other things, and necessarily that is going to mean that other items are going to drop off. So it's disingenuous what you just said there.
Well, it's my project also, so I'm proud of that. Mr. Perot, would you like to talk?
My first question is, why is the budget brought up at 11 o'clock at night? Why wasn't it one of the first things on the agenda when there were people here who have left because of the time involved? There are 2 people in the audience, actually 4, 2 for the fire company and 2 other people, my being one of them. So I object to the fact that the budget's always the last thing in the evening. I think that's disingenuous on the part of the commissioners. I do have a question. For street lights on roads like Lancaster Avenue, is that part of the Radnor's budget?
The electrical.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Traffic
yeah.
signals are
Not
street
traffic
lights?
signals.
Yeah, street lights.
All of our
Street lights.
street lights, all of
On-
those.
electric.
On the state highway?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's why we had asked Villanova to pay their fair share.
Okay. In this 2016 budget, are the funds there to replace the 3 missing lights on Lancaster Avenue between Wayne Jewelers and Wawa?
Don answered affirmatively on that.
It's a $45 million budget, so we don't, I mean, if we have to replace light bulbs, we're going to replace.
Yeah, if it's not there, if it's not, make sure, let's get it.
Yeah, it's not called out as a line item, but it's
Yes, yes.
So that's covered.
Yeah, even if it's the bulb, then we actually work with PICO to find if there's an underground wire issue.
Okay. Because there are 3 missing, lights, and actually accidents have been caused by people driving over the divider between the...
Yeah. Mr. Perot, I got a call about that very problem about 3 weeks ago, and our Public Works people went out and checked it out, and I thought they fixed the problem. Have you seen it more recently than 3 weeks ago?
What, the accidents?
No, no, the lights.
The light posts aren't in place.
These are missing.
These are completely
Okay,
missing
that
light
was a different issue then than what I was asked to work on.
Okay. My next question is, in the 2016 budget, how much is being allocated to park and recreation and the maintenance of the parks?
I don't have that number at my fingertips, but it's in here.
It's under Public Works, under Parks.
It's not under Parks, it's under Public Works.
I see park maintenance at $2,118,700. That's what I see for park maintenance. That was the preliminary budget. I guess it's about the same.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's just a shade under 2 million with the reduced healthcare costs, so.
So we're allocating 2 million for park and recreation, and then is that inclusive of maintenance?
That was the park maintenance number. There's if
Okay,
you.
that's just the maintenance.
Yeah, it's just the maintenance.
So how much is allocated to park and recreation department?
Do you mean services under?
Well, parks and recreation, how much funding
Well,
do they get?
so the Parks and Rec programs are in many ways self-sustaining.
Okay.
So meaning if you want to attend some event, you would pay extra for that.
Okay.
So teasing out, the numbers are all in the budget, but teasing out, if you're talking about the administrative overhead for running that department versus the.
Okay, we have maintenance of the parks.
$350,000.
350? And that's the administrative overhead?
That is programming administration.
Right. So that's the cost.
350,000.
That sounds about right. 2 million, 2.1 million for maintenance, and then 350,000 for the staff. That's excluding benefits. The benefits will be added onto that.
Yeah, there's different components of park and recreation. If we wanted a total number, we got to add up a couple different departments. So under park maintenance, it's 1.9 million. There is a recreational programming administrative department. That's basically the payroll associated with offering the township events. That department is 352,000 and some change. Then there's the actual recreation program department. That department is offset entirely by fees charged. That department has an expense budget of 390,000 and change. Again, those costs are offset by user fees. At the same time, there's a Sulpizio gym department or cost center. That's estimated at $50,000 in expenses. Again, those, as well as the recreational programming, are offset by fees. So if you add the recreational programming department up, there's the 3 different cost centers, sum of which is $793,000.
Do the fees for Sulpizio Gym cover all the expenses of that building?
Yes, and as well as some of the overhead of the department as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perot. Is there anybody else that would like to speak?
Mr. President, if I may?
Yes, Bob.
First, I want to thank all the staff for their hard work and effort that's gone into this. Bill White has done a tremendous job in putting the budget together in the detail. I know when we had started, I know Kevin Higgins was one that had asked for the detail of the budget. And Bill has accomplished that. I know that the board here and over the years has been laid on their lap a lot of issues here that I know we've tried to address. I know there's many more issues that the board has to deal with. There are many issues that I don't think I know there's not enough money to deal with that we will continue to look at. I know the issue is the time and not being made aware of a lot of the issues. I know I continue to push the board to meet in their subcommittees. I think that's where a lot of time could be spent to discuss a lot of these issues. I know it's more time on your part, but I think it's an opportunity to discuss a lot of these issues that we come up with here and will more than likely hopefully shorten these meetings a lot less to where we'd have a lot of the conversations to be able to look at. I know when we talk about the amount of money to borrow and that, and Jim, if you could bring up the screen just very quickly here. I know Bill's done a nice chart to show the township's borrowing over the last, I think, what is like 10-year period here or 15-year period? Just general and capital spending, I think when you look at, and I think you can look at a lot of the numbers there and really a huge spike of when there was some borrowing that had taken place, and I think over the period of time there, I think you probably look at a period of borrowing, and I think between what, Bill, 2005 and we could probably look at somewhere, if we do the quick math, how many,
Are you asking about the additional borrowing?
the additional borrowing.
From 2004 to 7, it was over 34 million.
So you look at, the $34 million is a significant chunk, and if you look at adding this billion, just this building in here, you can probably account for somewhere of about 17, 18 million for this building. And the balance of it is, I know Bob Tate looked at this, I'm not sure if we can really account for where that is, what that was spent for. But I think on issues like this that the board is deciding on, there will be a handle on where these dollars will be spent, where it's going to go to. So this way, I think there's an accountability aspect to this, is where this will go to. So I think is where these come down to, and when you look at where the spending goes to, I think this is something that I think the board has tried to look for, is these kind of tracking where these dollars go to as well, and trying to see is moving forward how we try to control and manage these type numbers. So I think the board has done a very nice job of managing these, trying to control these costs. I know it's never a popular word to raise taxes. It's in no one's vocabulary, and I know it's always difficult to look at, but there are a number of issues that we have to address. I want to thank the staff. I know that the numbers have been reduced quite a bit. The staff has absorbed a lot more responsibilities and have taken on a lot of jobs. They've continued to do that, and they do it well. A lot of those increases in the number of jobs two of those were replacing trash collection positions, so those were refilled. We refilled a lot of the police positions that were vacant. We currently have vacant positions now, so I believe in that 6.5% increase there in salaries are due to positions we hope to refill. We're always hopeful, but I know the process is continuing, so we'll see where that comes out over the next couple days of whether or not we'll be able to fill all those positions or not, and we'll report to the board as soon as that comes up too as well. But again, I think there is a lot that we continue to deal with. And again, I know the board doesn't get enough recognition of this, and I know you employ me as your employee, but I think the board does get a lot of credit because there are a lot of issues you have to deal with on a day-to-day basis and where the township is. And there are many things that you don't get to see that are buried underground, that there are problems that are going to continue to keep popping up. We have them all the time. And there are a lot of infrastructure that's going to go bad here very soon. And it's a matter of how we deal with them. And we know we've got stormwater issues, sanitary issues, roads, parks, all these issues that need to be dealt with. And unfortunately, it's a lot of money, but I think as we proceed forward, they'll be managed, they'll be scrutinized, they'll be looked at. And again, I just want to thank the staff and recognize all of them that they have done a tremendous job during this time period. And the staff, again, has taken a lot of responsibility. So, Jim, thank you very much.
We're out of time. I have a statement to make, but we're at the end of our first extension. I think we need another 5 minutes. Is that so moved? Okay. I didn't.
Has not made a statement.
I didn't say anything.
Take your 5 minutes. It's fine.
I look at this budget as a continuum, a particularly item in 4 years plus of prudent management of the resources in this township. I think we're now coming to the end of the 4th year of no tax increases. This is the first one then out of 5 years, and it's of 4.37%. The claim was made that we haven't done enough to control spending. As I understand when you plot the spending in this township, it's other than putting away money for unfunded liabilities, for pension, health insurance, and life insurance, we are flat. Our spending is either flat or down. And the fact that we have put away over $8 million, it, to me, is reflective of very prudent management, and it's a conservative-oriented policy. We're preventing our children and our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren from being faced with a huge debt or a huge liability without the cash to pay for it. So I should point out that I voted against this budget in October because it did have a tax increase. Since then, I've done a lot of my own personal due diligence. I looked at the spending habits of the township over the last 4 years. I looked at what we get for the taxes we pay, and I'm so glad that Bill White came up with that analysis of how we stack up against other municipalities, the 6 or 7 others in the area, and we're right at the bottom as far as taxes and what we get for what we pay. It was Oliver Wendell Holmes that said, "I enjoy paying taxes. With taxes, I buy civilization." Now that's a little bit strong, but the point is, taxes are part of what we need to do in order to enjoy the existence and the life that we have here in Radnor Township and Delaware County. So again, I have no compunction at this point in voting for this. I think it's a good budget, and I think our staff has done a wonderful job in finding money for us to keep things going without more than a 4.37% increase. And the fact that we're going to have a bond issue, we have had a bond issue to pay for our parks and our library and trails is good. It's certainly better to pay debt service than to have a complete tax increase to pay for these good things. So that's all I have to say, and if anybody else wants to say anything, they're welcome to do it. If not, I will go ahead with calling for the vote. All right, all in favor of the, make sure I get the right introduction of ordinance 2015-20, adopting the final comprehensive budget for 2016, which is version 2, capital program and 5-year forecast, real estate tax, sanitary sewer rates. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay.
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 All right, and it passes 5-2.
No, it's 4-3.
4-3, I'm sorry.
I move we adjourn.
Okay, well, we have, make sure that our public is okay with anything else.
Just one thing.
We have old business, new business, public participation.
The one issue, Jim, 4-3 is it's a very poor vote for the budget. It doesn't reflect a consensus of the board.
Point of order.
So
There should be
you should avoid it.
comment
John, come
after
on,
a vote.
you're stepping off the board. John, just
No,
stop.
point of order.
No, it's not a point of order. Point of order
No,
is
it's
this.
point of order.
Point of order. We should be together. If we have a good budget, you'll get more than 4. 4-3 is not how we should be doing that important work of the township.
Okay.
Is there any public participation? Is there any new business or old business? If not, I'll take a motion for adjournment.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Passes 7-0.